that. All right, so what are we working on today? Well, back in the old times, many a year ago, I had started working on an audio management application. I tried to get the thing running. Text is tiny as always. Yeah, I tried to increase some of it, but we'll do what we can. I have Zed open here. This is my website. I could close all these items. Discard everything. Not that there's anything secret about my website. It's literally public for everybody, but I can open up my settings here. And what we'll do preemptively is I have this set. So I have streaming and meetings bit here. I could do that, and then this should improve this, but we won't be using this yet. This will be later on, which is when we actually start setting up Koto. So yeah, what is Koto? Koto was a GTK4 based, well, initially GTK3 and C based audio management application. So the intent of it was to basically have your audiobooks, your music, and your podcast all in one. You're going to have like a cloud sharing functionality, not for sharing your music, because that would be legal, but rather for sharing what you're listening to provide sort of a suggestion system. That's probably not going to be in the scope for the immediate future, but rather focus more on all the local content. Now, if you're wondering, Josh, why the heck are you wanting to build an audio manager? I mean, there's like 40 million of them. Heck, on KDE and for Qt, there's Elisa. Now, I'm not talking about the phone company, but rather I'm talking about the KDE application. So why would you want to build this? Your own. And the TLDR is, one, it's a really good way of introducing myself to a toolkit. Two, it provides me the opportunity to learn how to leverage various libraries. For example, integrating them, any sort of namespace in class. Oh, that was the wrong button for that. I tried to make music lower, but Rhythmbox makes that a bit harder to do. I have the stream music going here. Also teaches me multi-threading if necessary. So if I implement a file indexer again, like I did with Koto, then I'm going to want to do that in a way where I'm spinning off threads to try to perform indexing faster. So that's a lot of the reason. You also interact with things like GStreamer, or in my case, probably it'll be Qt Multimedia. We'll find out. And of course, you get used to how a toolkit actually operates and all the sort of weirdisms like Q string and Q objects and their own Q things, I guess. Not that it'll be useful at all going into the future, right? I mean, why would I want to use anything Qt related? So what we're going to be working on is a Qt port. And something else I want to try this time around, we'll see if it actually pans out, is I want to structure it in a way where, for example, if I go into source here, you could see we have like a bunch of widgets here, just top level. That's not great. And then we have basically our database and indexer and all that as subfolders. What I would like is to basically have like the indexing and the playback and all that, try to have that centralized, and then have the presentation components. So like the UI, right? The window, the buttons, the controls, that kind of stuff. Have that basically be a completely separate layer, almost in its own subtree within the repository. And what that will provide me is the opportunity to have a desktop implementation, a Plasma mobile implementation if I want. Of course, if I use Kirigami, and we'll see as we sort of plan things out today, what it is going to look like. at least in terms of the libraries that we'll use. So we could have a Plasma Mobile implementation, and then we could have a Selfish OS implementation. Unfortunately, Selfish OS is Qt6. So I can't universally use Qt6 throughout everything. So when I architect things, I'm gonna have to keep that in mind, that I'm gonna have a Qt5 code base and Qt6 code base. Yay. Well, I guess we'll see if it's yay. So lots of plans, but before we execute on the plans, we have to plan the plans and then do the plans. So today will be mostly about planning the plan and turning it from just an idea in my brain. So not a lot of coding, probably, but we'll see what happens. So yeah, so let's get started. Obviously, the plan is for it to be cute, right? So let's go ahead. I'm actually going to adjust the font size here because I know it's quite small for you guys. If I could go into appearance, where is the font size? They're not making it easy to find this, are they? You expect it just to be an editor somewhere. I've never had to go into Obsidian and check. Interface font. Maybe. Oh, that's just the font names, not fonts. Ah, here. It's just a very unhelpful font size, reading views. We'll change it to 24. Is that any better? Let me know if you guys could read that. So what we're going to want to do here is probably lay out, you know, what libraries and frameworks do we want to use. So we're going to want to compare this to the old Koto. So the old Koto, we used GStreamer quite heavily. We used it directly. So we're going to do GStreamer. Let's find exactly what GStreamer bits it was. It's probably just in the Meson file, but we'll go ahead and yes, we use GStreamer-1.0. And we use GStreamer-player-1.0. So playback like so. And then for UI, we had GDK4. For database bits, we did SQLite. I don't know what we're going to be doing now. I'd like to avoid, well, most of it, to be quite honest. We'll see if I have to write my own indexer. I want to try to avoid requiring Baloo though, because it's big. Right, I think, was it libmagic? I don't know if it was this libmagic. It was something. Some fancy libmagic thing. What was it? 5.39. Let's check Fedora. No, that's going to be a 404. I feel like this was for file type detection, is what I was using it for. We'll probably check libmagic here. Failed to allocate. Magic open. Magic open. Then we have magic cookie. We load the cookie. Yeah, I know I made plenty of jokes back in this when I was working on this, but the cookies. From magic mime, which was, I'm not sure where that was defined. Great, thanks for that. I'm also using Clipboard Manager at the moment to copy stuff between my compositors, and as a result, it doesn't work all the time. It's called Clipboard Sync, for those that are curious. I actually have a blog post on my website, which is joshuastrobl.com, on sharing windows in OBS under WL root space compositors, because it's a bit tricky by default. Yeah, so magic cookie pointers. I get the feeling that this was more or less about let's see. Magic load, and then if we failed to load it, we close. Otherwise, what do we even do with it? We just system magic database. Okay. I'm not really sure what that was all about, but okay. So let's see, ID3, V2, parsing / encoding was with taglib. So we use this for basically getting the metadata and writing that to our SQL database. So let's add a note here, was used to get metadata for music and write it to our database. There was a point where we were going to add an integrated tagging, or like the music tag editor, so you'd be able to edit the meta information. I don't know if that's something we're going to do this time. I would kind of like to, because there's been a few times, for example, if I have Rhythm Box going, you know, you would like right click on something and look at properties, but you could like type a composer name, but it doesn't actually save the composer at all. So it's like they're kind of useless input boxes. So that's a bit silly. We have that. So we created a new thread for loading the config. So for the config bits, so configuration, the old one was using toml C11, I want to say. Toml. No, it's just called toml. Whereas the new one would use toml C11. Hello. So that's something we have to keep in mind. On the plus side, the implementation of this config stuff, we take a look here. It's might be less verbose with the toml stuff that I've implemented with BD Labs. So we'll see. Right, so we have playback. So that was GStreamer player, which provided a bunch of interfaces. If I pull this up here. The GStreamer player. This is not very useful, but it's a plugin. We go to apps here. No, I want to look at the plugin stuff. GStreamer plugins. Okay. Anyways, it exposed interfaces for it. I think it might have just been called player. I imported it. Yeah, GStreamer player here. Yeah, so we also needed dbus bits, so we implemented dbus. I think we did it through gdbus last time. gdbus question mark was used for providing a org.empress.media player 2.player. Win8 says, good morning, presumably. It's 12:27, so technically afternoon. And unfortunately, it wasn't so great of a morning because I fired up the mini PC and I went to fire up OBS just to, do some preparation. And I noticed that QuickSync didn't show up. In fact, none of the GPU stuff showed up at all for the Intel card. So that wasn't great. but managed to just happen. I don't know exactly how I managed to get it to work, but it works now, so I'm not gonna complain and I'm not gonna mess with it. It's afternoon here too, but approaching evening. Yeah, you're quite a few hours ahead, aren't you? And to answer your question, Gaius, it's an audio manager. Nothing too crazy. Yeah, so GD bus is what we were using before. So this was used to provide the media player interface. Now, this interface, or this dbus spec for Empress, basically provided you a mechanism of remotely playing, pausing, skipping tracks, going forward, like to the next track, to the previous track, seeking, all that kind of stuff you could see here. A lot of the methods, and you could get different properties. So why did I care about this? Well, in Budgie Desktop, we have something called Raven. And Raven provides you sort of a centralized widget and notification center. And within this, we have an Empress media control that shows any media players that are currently active, and also allows you to change, or allows you to like pause them, go forward and back, and so on. In addition to that, you have like Budgie Desktop daemon, which provides you the option through keyboard shortcuts of doing the same thing. So any active playback, a bit too loud. Yeah, I know, it was when it was the piano stuff, I was getting a bit triggered with it. Let me reduce the volume a little bit. Too much high pitched piano, I don't know, keys. So it enabled you to use keyboard shortcuts to like then change what track you're listening to. So we needed to implement that through something called dbus. And the way we did that with the old Koto was GDBus. With the new one, what I'm gonna do, and I already know this, so let me bold this first. Old Koto, new fancy Koto. We are gonna want to implement that through SDBus CPP. And I have had a lot of fantastic experience with SDBus CPP. Because they provide, if I go to their wiki, somewhere. Where is it? Bro. Here it is. Right, because it's not the wiki. It's not a GitHub wiki, it's just a doc. They have a convenience API here. So what we're able to do is just define an XML file, say generate the code for this, and then we implement the methods basically as overrides on a various class, so we inherit a different class. So we are going to be using, at least for dbus, we're going to be using sdbus-cpp, and we'll provide link there, even though I have already used it. In fact, I can show you where I have used it in BD Labs here. Funnily enough, I actually have all this stuff open already. So we have this daemon server here, and the intent, so why I needed dbus bits in this Budgie Labs, not to get too off the rails, but basically to allow anything in Budgie that is piped through the daemon, of course, to be modified over dbus. This is helpful, for example, for our display configuration and our monitor configuration. So monitor groups, monitor resolution, refresh rate, that kind of stuff. We want to provide that over dbus, so that way our control center could use dbus to get the properties, so get all the information and then modify that. So you can see here we have some methods here if I open up the generated, so it generates a client and server component. We can go to the header file here, and you can see we have like these register components, and it spits out a bunch of generated code, and it provides you like, here's how you're supposed to develop it. And you can see here's the XML. Actually, that's not the XML. It is going to be here, the schema XML file. And let me know if the text is too small. And I'm going to close these panes so we could actually, because I can increase it further, even though it'll make it a little bit more painful for you to actually do coding. So you define a bunch of XML, you define sort of an annotation, like if it's async or not. You should basically always be writing async dbus code. You don't want the main thread of your application, which is almost always the UI thread, to get locked up awaiting a response from a dbus server. That is bad because the dbus timeout by default is 25 seconds. So imagine you do something, you click a button, and you have to wait 25 seconds, possibly, if the dbus server is a bit slow. That's not so great. So you should always make it async. So we do that. We define a bunch of arguments. So the dbus spec is interesting. So here we have an output, and this is an array as defined as A of string as S. So basically define that the argument, not the result, but an argument that is an output, a direction output, is an array of strings. So these are all of our serials. And then you define an argument as an input, and then you get a bunch of different properties out when you want to get information on it. So this is sort of how it might look. You could see we have some very rudimentary use of threading here. I am by no means an expert in C++. Half of my streams on this is probably going to be me ranting about C++ or rummaging around for documentation for it. And the rest of it will probably be me ranting about miscellaneous. So that is what it is. All right, so with that tangent out of the way, right? So dbus, obviously, we're going to be doing that. UI, obviously, we're going to be using Qt6. But I would like to see, besides Kirigami, which we should definitely detail what components we're going to be using from Kirigami, if any. So as a high level, Kirigami is basically a framework to build convergent applications that are intended to work across the small and large things. Now you're probably like, but Josh, don't you dislike libadwaita and all that? I dislike it for the reason of it prevents you from theming. And I don't mean changing the colors. I mean actually changing the design of a button, the design of a slider, and so on. Proper desktop theming. So Kirigami, like, I don't really have an issue with because it actually facilitates a lot of theming. What programming languages do I use the most? It depends. So at work, it's mostly a React house, but I actually mostly work on the mobile apps, even though I wasn't originally hired to work on the mobile apps. That's all right. So those are built with Flutter to enable them to be cross-platform. So Flutter and Dart. Other than that, it's like React and TypeScript. Of course, I have some experience with C, working on Budgie Desktop, and of course with Koto when it was written in C, of course. And Vala, which is a superset, or, well, it's this language that compiles down to C, very bad C, but technically. That is what a lot of Budgie Desktop is written in, unfortunately. Of course, the Vala developers, they're doing the best they can. I think most of the momentum has shifted from Vala to Rust at this point, and improving the ergonomics of Rust for GTK. I would say it's probably one of the better toolkits to write Rust in, or write with Rust. But I primarily these days write if we're not talking about work, it'd be C++. I don't have anything against Rust, really. I quite like it. I just don't have a particular use case for it, especially when I've looked at sort of the bindings for implementing Qt applications in Rust, and it just didn't seem all that great. And I think some of that has to do with just how it handles lifetimes and ownership. Maybe for the daemon, it would work out better, but mostly C++ these days. Yeah, so Kirigami. Let's see. So this is what you could expect a Kirigami application sort of to look like. As an example, they have Tokodon here. So they have Plasma Mobile here, and they have just the normal desktop client. And I presume if you shrink it enough, it will shrink down. They should probably fix this by the way. So I have an incentive to use Kirigami because that would mean I could use it across desktop and Plasma Mobile should I choose to support that. And a lot of it is built on top of QML. And QML is a sort of a declarative language written by the Qt people that makes, in my opinion, the ergonomics of even building out components and all that to be easier. So we are probably going to use Kirigami, but I would like to deep dive into this a little bit more and also see if there are any other Qt widget frameworks that might be interesting. I'm not saying we would use them, but I think I would be doing a disservice to at least not search for alternatives. So let's just type into Kaji. Qt widget frameworks. So there isn't really anything here. Awesome Qt. This was 2 years ago, so not exactly the most up to date, unfortunately, but it'd also just be a sign of the ecosystem. We have third-party stuff. We have some bindings. We have some libraries, of course. AD frameworks, obviously. Like we should just open that up to begin with. Yeah, so they don't even mention Kirigami here, which is funny because then they mention an IRC framework as if there's people actively still using IRC. Like, come on now. Not seeing anything particularly good there. Wasn't there maybe does Deepin have something? Isn't Deepin C++ and Qt? I forget. Oh, they have their own toolkit. And it's in what I believe to be partially Chinese. Yeah. Which won't be particularly helpful. And I'm not sure if they actually have any information on what is available in the toolkit itself. So they have a deepened application spec. Oh, that's terrible. Okay. Seems like, did they just fork? Let's see, what is deepened community? So this seems to be their mono, well, they're not, but their repositories for the operating system itself. Okay, so maybe alternatives to Kirigami 6. There just might not be any other alternatives. Okay. Well, if any of you guys know in chat, let me know, because I would be interested in knowing that. So what we're going to do is we're going to open this up in a different window here, and we're going to take a look at the layout itself. So I quite like the layout of the old Koto, where you have your primary navigation, you have a list of artists, and then you have, and we were going to implement like a grid view as well, so you didn't have to have a list view per se. But a list view and then a breakdown of the content by album. And I believe I even had it where the album, it was chronological. If I check album view. I actually call it album view. Oh my god, I did call it album view. So this was CD to discs. Maybe this was just an individual album view. I think it was the artist view is what I was looking for. Let's see. Album view. Yeah, so we would add an album. And this was, we would handle album added. Was there not a different mechanism for doing this? No. Okay. It was just when we received a signal for album added on the artist. Okay. Well, I won't get too much into the architecture of this because it's not too important. But for this, we have our albums. Maybe they were chronological. If not, it might be useful to do that. And so fundamentals, we have a list. Does Kirigami have a list? Let's see. So they have the action-based components. They have page rows and page stacks. We have a single page with a toolbar here. And then you have multiple pages side by side. Interesting. You have that. And then you have list views. Here we are. Okay. So it says list view can help. Yeah, I know what a list view is. It's dynamic. So you provide it. You use a list view, you have to keep track of three things. So the model. So this is the data associated with it. Chronological and alphabetical would be good options. Yeah, I agree. The delegate, so defines how each element will actually be displayed. So this would be like basically the model for it. And then the list view. Let's see. So here they have an application window. They define an initial page stack as a scrollable page. They define a list view here. So it anchors to the parent. They define a model by an ID. And then they define a delegate, which is how it should be, how it should be built. So this should provide a list where it says Plasma Desktop is KDE software developed for blah, Plasma Mobile, blah, big screen, blah. Let's see, and the exact same examples inline is, yeah, like this. You provide a list there. So you have Qt models with one more than role. Okay. But they have a list. Do they show what the list would look like? Most common ones, they have this Qt. This is the Qt one, which is about as fancy as you would expect. It's a list. I was curious if maybe Kirigami was adding some sort of let's see. So do they really need to have all of this here? Instead of just I keep wanting to click like one of these items, but no, that's for editing the page and seeing the source code. I feel like those should be like pinned down here instead. You define content, text. But can you define an actual component? Let's see, the most common is within a component, does not instantiate. See, use R view, column view. Kirigami 2. And this has a backing of a list item? No. Okay. Critical. Don't like how this is. Why is this nesting? Fine. The tree view app, tree view extension that I use in Firefox has a tendency to group things unnecessarily. Let's see, so we have list view. So this might be an option. So let's break it down. Lists. They have origami list view, right? Or is it just a this is from Qt6? It's not prefixing it with Kirigami, which makes me think that it's actually just a basic QML type of list view. You define a model. Okay, it seems like it is actually just that. I'm not sure why they're documenting it, but you know, list view. We have that, and then we have crazy layout stuff here. And of course, I haven't even thought of like how is it gonna look on mobile, or how is this gonna shrink down? You know, are we gonna shrink the album? Are we going to position it? Are we gonna make it so this and this are actually two components that are associated with each other, and then the list is below? Like, I haven't thought of any of it. It's a clean slate here. So we have this, and we're gonna want to see what other layout options there are. Layout, list views, and cards. Discover, come across the list view. Okay. Quite simply, it lets you display in a list. They have a card list view. I can't say I'm a fan of them talking about list view here, but then using cards list view as the example, because they are two different components. It says we're using like down below. I would have it here. Like, don't lead with this thing. I know I'm being critical, but I'm trying to like mentally parse this as quick as I can. So when you say list view and you show different components, like wait, what? We're using the card list view, which is a list view that allows us to display cards in a list. Seems sensible enough. So if I open up NeoChat, they said in theory NeoChat uses it. Now, wait for this to load. But you could see here, like, I don't know what card they're referring to there. Maybe if I shrink it down enough. Oh no. I also can't close it, which isn't great. So I'm gonna have to flat pack it, I think. Can I left click on it? No. Great. But it is worth keeping in mind that I am using basically very experimental board Wayland session stuff in Budgie. So worth keeping that one in mind. So some stuff like the popovers might not always work consistently, especially the ones that are done through status notifier. So do they have an actual example here? No, that just links to abstract card. It will automatically assign the proper spacing to ensure it adheres to design guidelines. Well, that's your design guideline, so it's probably not applicable to me necessarily. But they talk about that it might just be that we want to take a look at the layout types. So they have layouts. We have a column, we have a grid, we have a stack where only one item is visible at a time, we have a row, which is the same thing, but I guess identical to grid layout, but only one row, right? I'm not sure I would want to use a grid for this. I feel like I would want to use something like a row. I would want something that dynamically swaps between a row and a column. So I wonder if Kirigami provides that. Because when you have it expanded enough, you want to be able to, for example, have the header component. Like if I zoom in here, like this album art as an example, you might want that above, and then when we're in that column view, show basically this album text here. But then when we have a row, so we're able to have the album and then another column, which is the this content here, you'll want to have them, of course, side by side, and then the album title above the actual tracks. So being able to do that dynamically, I'm sure we could do with QML, but I'll have to find out. It'd be nice if there was just a component that let us do that automagically. We have page rows. A row of pages, not quite what we're looking for. Does feel like it would be here. Inline. We have list models, list views, delegates. This we already covered. This is basically the same content. So this is a card. Don't really need that. They have chips, which are quite nice. We'll probably use these. So we'll use Kirigami chips, chip for various artist, album, track data. So for example, genres, we'll want year something was published. We will want, I don't know if we'll use it for anything else besides those. For track, I could see maybe us using it for duration. Because right now you could see this doesn't have any duration information. It's just literally the title, which wasn't particularly helpful. I think I had issues getting duration info from taglib. Like it wasn't consistent or something. You have different dialogues. We are probably not going to take into use dialogues. We will probably use dedicated pages. Or if we were to do a dialogue, it might be for like preferences, and it might be more akin to, well, basically the Adwaita one, which I could pull up here. Adwaita preferences dialogue. It's like, don't get me wrong, their stuff looks nice, right? I just don't want to have to use Adwaita. But yeah, something like this would be nice, where you have a dialogue that then you have effectively a header bar. But they're just a page stack switcher. And then you have your content there. I think could be quite nice. I bet that's achievable with this. Because it looks like it's specify a page. Kirigami. Close buttons, standard buttons, flat footer buttons. See what sort of flexibility. So they do have custom componentry here. They have a list view within here. Do they have a select number? So it's just title. What can you do? You may want to use prompt dialogue or menu dialogue. There's prompt information, don't want that. Menu dialogue, don't want that. Track info. I mean, that's kind of more akin to what I would want. I just would This would like it to be a stack. Have that though. Worst case is it's a dedicated, but that's fine. It may be that we have so many options down the line that we have to have it in a dedicated page. So, but that's the dream, right? Lots of options. Right, so list view will come from Qt, chips from Kirigami. If we take a look here, we have this album stuff. That's just gonna probably some sort of Q image, if I had to guess. UML types. Have controls. Image QML type. Displays an image. Inherited by animated image. Ooh. And animations. Yeah, look at how easy this is. Now I'd be interested to see what the native type is, because I don't know if we're going to be able to get away with implementing it in its Q image. Hardware independent, it's an image representation. What is Q image then? As a control. Well, do this. AB Q image or Q image or album art. Just trying to get an idea of what sort of components we'll want to use. So we have the search, of course. The thing I really liked about Koto, I never really got around to implementing it, was we were going to have our search front and center. So anything you want to search for, click here, and you would just get a dialogue. I mean, kind of like what you have with, say, Spotify and stuff. You'd have that in the header bar. But in order to facilitate that in the context of Qt, I think we would have to implement our own custom window decoration. I'm not quite sure with that. But I don't think Kirigami has a header concept of a header bar. If anybody knows, then do let me know. Let's see, header bar. No. So let's look up Qt6 custom window decoration. Inside decoration, server-side decoration. We would want to probably communicate that we want CSDs if we end up having, of course, a header. I'm not like, this isn't going to be one of those things where I will refuse to ship Koto if I don't have a damn header bar. It could very well be that the search is just moved to like up here above all these elements in the primary sidebar, the nav sidebar. I could see that being a thing. And that actually might work out on mobile if you want to have it in the sidebar. I would probably have it in the bottom nav. In that case, at least for Plasma Mobile, or Sailfish, I'm not sure yet. I think it might be a pull down menu. We'll see, because they have a nice pulling menu system. But we'll find out. The priority is the desktop implementation for now. So we probably can't implement Qt6 header bars. We have a Q header view, but that is probably not related. Header row. Working on a Qt6 app on Windows. Well, that's fine. Ricky view. You should probably write it in for Linux, but so they define a window and then central widget. Okay. Create their menus. Let's see. This got no answer, of course, but it might lead me somewhere interesting. Set central widget. Where is that coming from? Right, central widget, set central. I have an example here. This person has an example. Our phone. They are doing it with QML. Interesting. So they have back button, multi-states, have a header bar, footer bar. So they have their application window, and then they have a header of header bar. Is this actually, do they see, they don't have there. Let's take a look at application window then as a primitive. You could specify a header. A header, see, this property holds the window header item. The header item is positioned at the top of the window, below the menu bar, and resized to the width of the window. Right, so below the menu bar. So that isn't going to help us, because if we were to zoom in here, you could imagine if this was a classical title, I mean, we could actually just look at, for example, Firefox, right? Though maybe Firefox is a bad example. Do I have anything actually that could easily use classic server-side decoration? Now here, we won't be able to see any text in here, so, you know, forgive the very broken theming. But this would be basically the header bar, where you have this home, you have this search, this widget here, and quick settings, and then the rest of it would be content. And I think if I press Alt, okay, so it won't let me actually show, it's not very helpful. I guess they might just not have a menu bar. The menu bar would be above it. I can't say I'm a fan of that implementation, to be completely honest. What do you guys think? Like, should we have the search here, or would we want to have like basically the title bar, and then below that you would have a complete panel basically that just has search in it? Because to me that seems a little useless. I want to try to go for some degree of information density here. Obviously negative space is important, but I think having an entire bar that would probably be the size of this header bar below this, just for a search, I think would be pretty useful. As opposed to doing what, for example, that Plasma Settings did, which was have it in the sidebar. That might have to be the way we go. So, header, let's see, cute. We'll just make a note. Header bar doesn't seem to really be feasible. Happy to be corrected. So search would need to go above the primary nav. So that would be basically above like home, and all that. Bit unfortunate, but I'm not surprised that there isn't really a good way of doing that. MauiKit has header bars. Oh, I completely forgot about MauiKit. Thank you for mentioning that. Yes. Yeah, I knew there was another framework. I couldn't find it in my search results. Yes, let's take a look at this. Now, I don't know, is it typical, or are there applications that intermix MauiKit with Kirigami? Like if we take a look at their apps, this isn't really a header. Well, actually, yeah, this is probably a header bar. Maybe search on bottom of the sidebar. Bottom of the sidebar, so it stands out more. Right. Yeah. It's somewhere in the sidebar. We need to go in the primary nav. Yeah, we could tinker with the positioning of that. But let's take a look at MauiKit. Let's also have this be this window. Ah, yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I'm not quite a fan of that window decoration, but that's probably just a person's theme. Yeah. That's more like it. So we take a look at MauiKit. They have libraries for a calendar. Here, controls is what we're going to want to look at for sure. So it's a set of Qt quick components. We're building adaptable UIs based off Qt quick control. Of course, they have their own HIG. Yeah, that's fine. Works on Plasma Mobile, which is good. So they have application window, but of course the question is, can you theme MauiKit applications? Or does it force their own theming? I mean, it looks like there's Breeze here. In the prior screenshot, there wasn't Breeze. So I would like to think so. Let's see. Theming. Theme. Platform theme. Or are they doing the same thing where it's accent colors? They're like maybe getting the colors from the theme. But we wouldn't have to use everything. So they have application window. Completely transparent, doesn't have a container background, used with CSDs. Enabled. The window controls aren't visible. So this is what it would look like by default. With CSD, fine. Yeah, so you'd want to specify CSD as true. So that way you could use a header bar of sorts. They have window controls. If a custom control is to be used, CSD is enabled. You can place the window controls manually. Right, okay. When mixing Kirigami components with MauiKit controls, it is best to set the style type to Maui style auto, is value 3, or to correctly pick up the same color scheme Kirigami uses. Since Kirigami uses another method for setting the color palette. All this to me is sounding like, well, just, it's giving me Adwaita feels. I don't know. Just all accent color stuff instead of let user break my app, which I am fine with. By changing the fundamental design of a button. Tool actions, they must have header or. I mean, they showed it off. I just blind header, or I might just call it header. Go to header. K about info. Let's take a look here. Example. They just call it toolbar. Application menu. Not sure. I'll definitely keep this in mind. Let me make a note here. Maybe we hit. Make sure I get the spelling correct. Okay, I had. Okay. We will go. Go up. Now at kit.org. This is this for now. Okay, so let's operate under the assumption that it's probably possible with MauiKit if we decide to go that route, but we need to explore the viability of can we theme these MauiKit apps or intermixing Kirigami and Maui. Are we able to do proper theming as well? We have that. So we have images. We have lists. Buttons are probably pretty obvious. They're just going to be buttons, right? Icon buttons. Like, I mean, I suppose I could technically look up what those would be, right? If we go to UML types here, we have button. Do we have an icon button? No, but I bet we could just specify in the button. Flat highlighted. See, abstract inherited by round button. Oh, they have dedicated round buttons. Includes a radius property. Oh, now you're talking my language. We have that icon button. Icons and let's see, abstract button. Okay, so we can with an abstract button. We specify button. We have icon name or a source. Right. And presumably that would just pull from the theming, icon theme. Yep, compliant with that. Sweet. All right, so buttons would just be a button with icon.name specified, like so. Right. I think I've probably bike shedded sufficiently over the UI. Now we have to think up all the other bits. For example, playback, right? So for playback, I know that there is, of course, Qt multimedia. It's an add-on module. They have widgets. Let's see. Ooh. Wouldn't it be something if they had Empress stuff by default? That would be dope. I doubt they would, but it'd be pretty damn cool. Let's see. The playing encoded audio with just player with Q media player. They have an example as well. That looks to be an example to me. KD just promoted this stream. Really? Oh, that was very nice of them. So we have media player bits. Q media player. So that is the underlying bit here. We don't need to capture anything. Discovery, audio discovery. Q media devices, Q audio devices. This would be nice. Because I would like, of course, the question is, can you switch to Q audio device? You could swap the audio device with the other. Just got back. How am I doing so far? Well, not too bad. So as a quick recap, I basically talked about what I want to do for the debus bits, and then I started taking a look at like the old Koto, which of course it might not be representative of what the new Koto looks like, of course, right? But what components would I use to facilitate various things? So quite happy with sort of what I've defined so far. It's something that's going to evolve very quickly. And now I'm thinking about playback. So the actual important thing of an audio management application, which is playing back content, right? Otherwise, it's like, yeah, it looks good, but if it no make sound, then so taking a look at Qt multimedia, which is the one thing I was aware of, because as far as I'm aware, it might even, I don't know if it uses GStreamer underlying. Like, actually, let's double check. Qt multimedia. Does it use it under the hood? Because before we were doing some crazy stuff, and I could show it. So if I go back to playback in the old Koto, it uses FFmpeg. Oh, I would say that's probably even better. So we had in our quote unquote engine here, like we were doing all of this ourselves. And handling signals for when we're playing and pausing. Let's see, if I look up, yeah, we have all these GST buses and elements for play bin and suppressing video. Because basically you would want to have like, I think it was OGG would generate a play bin by default, or it would generate like a video stream by default, and you had to suppress that. So I had to deal with all of that, which is also MPV Qt. Yeah, I don't know. Would I implement that? Let's see. Oh. To Jordan. Why does this feel like a self-advertising? libmpv wrapper. So what would be the benefit of using MPV Qt over the FFmpeg one? Because this just tells you how to use it. It doesn't sell it to you at all, you know? The libmpv. Of course, I'm familiar with MPV. I have used, I think it was just MPV out of the box. I don't even think it was with the wrapper. I used to use celluloid and all that, but not anymore. I mostly just use VLC. CAPI. Well, maybe use playback option. We'll call it option 2. MPV Qt. We'll link it here. Because we're gonna have to take a look at what those interfaces even are. But I think the primary option is probably going to be Qt multimedia, and option 3 is GStreamer directly again. I don't know, because that's what I started implementing for all the plugins for. I think it was like the EQ band stuff, which I had actually implemented, believe it or not. That it worked. It was great. I didn't have enough time before stream because I was too busy trying to get the stream stuff to actually work, because it randomly broke when I rebooted Fedora. But I would have gotten it compiled, but maybe in tomorrow's stream I'll have it working. So they have playback state, so it stopped playing pause. That's pretty obvious. Yeah. If there's media, what the state of that media is as various enums, whether or not to loop it. and any sort of error when doing that. You get the duration. So is the duration going to be of the current, well, it's the playback of the current media. Cool. We don't need to care about the video bit. Although I could kind of see, I don't really know how in scope it would be, but for podcasts, if you subscribe to a video podcast or the video version, I don't think it would be so bad to like have an option where it would show maybe in the corner a video player and you could pop it out to be larger or something, but that's not going to be the focus. So the position, seekable, all that kind of stuff, the metadata, which is Q media metadata, which I'm not sure we're actually going to use that, but I feel like this is probably going to be what we end up using. And yeah. Let's document that. And if you're wondering, see, apps that might be useful examples of, yeah. Is worth keeping in mind though that they follow the KDE HIG, at least as far as I'm aware, in the case of Elisa, which is fine. It's just that's not what I'm going for, right? I'm just doing something on my own. It's not necessarily following a HIG. I haven't defined one. I just make something, try not to look bad. That's basically it, right? So Qt multimedia, I think, is probably what we're going to go with the media player and Q media player. They have a QML. How would, interesting. Of course, you have to define the property statically, don't you? Like the source. So the QML equivalent probably wouldn't be all that useful. But it's cool that it's there. So when you click it, you just play it that way. That's pretty cool. It's really impressive what you could do with QML. Of course, there's always the JSE bits, you know, so that's kind of half the reason why. So we have playback, which is probably going to be that. All right, so let's assume that's solved, right? Next is going to be database bits. Let's break this up into two parts. We'll call it indexing, or maybe it'd be content discovery. So we'll have indexing here / indexers and self-indexing. So for the indexers, I would like to support Alu, because it does support media, as far as I'm aware. I don't think this really does, this community KDE thing doesn't really do it justice. Maybe the user doc would be better for it. Which then, okay, I wasn't expecting it to, I wasn't expecting it to go here. But yeah, okay, so Balu search, they literally have Coldplay here, Ghost Stories, not a bad album. So Balu is an option. I'm not saying this would be the singular indexer. We would have to support multiple. So the way I look at it is it would probably be just an interface for getting media and then piping it into whatever sort of centralized data store that we want. Because we wouldn't be using Balu as an example for fetching podcasts, right? That would be like RSS reading and network request bits for that. So I would like to at least try to leverage, let's see, Balu for KDE users. KDE/Plasma users would be nice to support Balu as a, we would say a data source is what we'll call it, right? Data sources. Data sources. Unfortunately, Sailfish. I don't know why. Yeah, I can pull it up. Sailfish tracker. Sailfish, it might be Sailfish OS docs. Just ignore the random doc I'm going to. So we go to developers here. And we go to tracker, refresh tracker database. Let's see. So they use Echo Media. For database bits, do they have a dedicated section for it? Because this is just, anyways, the point is they use tracker. Which was kind of surprising because I was like, wait, you mean like the tracker developed by GNOME tracker? Like that one? Like, what? Apparently so. I didn't even know it was, frankly, even possible to interface tracker from GNOME with a Qt project, but where there is a will, there's a way. I don't know how I will achieve it, but yeah, Sailfish. Yes, hacker. Weirdly enough. Now, I do want to search Sailfish Chum, which is like the let's see. Do they have Baloo? They do not. So Sailfish Chum is a third-party software repository, sort of akin to open repos, which is also has Sailfish OS applications. So if I go to openrepos.net, we'll just go to this random one, Sailtrix. Oh, okay. Looks like their SSL cert expired. Yeah, well, I assume it's going to still be the same website. I will take that risk. Do they have Baloo? Probably not. Oh, damn. Okay. It would be kind of cool though, because I would probably ship this via Chum. That my application would just rely on Baloo and Baloo would handle the indexing, but there might be additional work that I'm not aware of behind the scenes for that, like user daemon bits. So seems like tracker would probably be the thing for Sailfish. And then of course when we have our self-indexing of content, well, that comes down to, for example, taglib. Well, iterating over files, like, you know, going down a tree in a folder. So self-indexing, control over folders. This is what I believe I had it mapped out to do. I don't know if I actually end up ever doing it in the old Koto, the nasty one, right? The one that tracker helpers maybe. Oh yeah, I had genre stuff, so I could merge those together. Get position based off file name. Oh yeah, I was doing that. All the special parsing I was having to do for this. That wasn't fun. I'm gonna have to keep that in mind. But if I take a look at Tomo, maybe it's search bar. UID. Yeah, I would specify a Koto library. And a Koto library would have a given type. And then we would try to do the path in which we want to read from. So control over folders, which would be Koto libraries. Because the idea here was you might want to keep your podcasts and your music separate. I don't know how common that is, but it might be something you want to do. Same with audiobooks. If you want to have that in a completely dedicated folder rather than XDG music dir, then I wanted to facilitate that. So this would be self-indexing. That would just be, we would iterate over it with just normal IO stuff. So read directory content C++. I haven't memorized the. Okay, I just want. Okay, I know there's a way of doing it. Standard files. Just open up this. So we would want to read. Let's see. This is the file system. Oh, it did actually go to it. It just was so quick. Yeah. So it would be considered a file, even though it's actually a directory that acts as a file. And then we would want to read the contents of it, which would be under file. Was originally developed as Boost. Let's see. Our path. Oh, what did I do in the toml file, or did I just have toml do that for me? Config. Parse, and then we would read location. Toml parse was doing it for us. All right, I'm gonna do this. Standard read. They're using OpenDir. Directory. Recursive directory iterator. Here we are. It's probably what we would want to do. We would want to follow the tree down. Because you'd start off on your library, then you go to your artists, and then you go to music. Yeah, so here they have an example like rating a temp. They have an of stream. That's going to get annoying pretty quick. Let me see if I could turn off rhythm box notification. References. Notification. And then we read from that directory entry, which is going to be dir entry over the iterator of sandbox. Right, so that's going to be relative. So we don't actually need to open the file and then read it. They're doing a reader here. What about using standard file system? Like we'll have the AI assistant churn over it. Yeah, so they are iterating. Yeah, okay, so you just specify the standard string of the path and then you iterate over it. Yeah, okay. That'll be simple enough to do using standard file system. This, which I found on my own. The AI wasn't actually helpful in that regard at all. Standard file system, recursive. Basically divide the path that iterate over contents, which will provide a fs directory. See, Music and Spotify Q are two Qt-based apps that seem somewhat close to your ideas for Koto's UI. Well, I mean, I'm not surprised given my idea for Koto was to a degree inspired by things like iTunes and Spotify, Apple Music, you know, that kind of stuff. Basically, I was growing frustrated with the content, and I'm still to this day frustrated with content discovery in Spotify. I don't know about you guys, but for me, my Discover Weekly every single week seems to get worse and worse. Like, recently it's been giving me, it used to give me Spanish music. Now for some reason it gives me German and Polish. I've never been to Germany, never been to Poland. I've never listened to either music. I don't listen to things like, like Rammstein or anything where the algorithm could possibly think of that. I have no idea where it gets some of its suggestions. It is truly the most wild thing. I got sick of that. I was like, okay, what if I just go back to the good old days of having Rhythmbox crash? So we're gonna have to listen to the same music over and over again. That's great. Go to that. So where was I? Right. Let's go back to the good old days of listening to this stuff called music locally, right? And I have like this big idea of I would like to have it where you're able to use LibriVox for, it's kind of like an iHeartRadio alternative. Or, well, actually, I think LibriVox is the one for fetching Creative Commons music. I think I'm thinking of Last.fm. It's similar, but there's like a Libre FM. Comedic timing, I know, right? Yeah. I'm sure Koto, the Qt implementation, will crash a ton as well. It took forever for me to get Koto, the C implementation, to be stable, so I can't really fault Rhythmbox for crashing. Well, I mean, I can. It literally was its fault. I don't know. It could be for any reason. Anyway. So that's why basically I want to implement an audio manager, is I want to have on my music library again. I want to have it, you know, stored on my home server. I want to even have my home server as a network share, right? So that's something I need to think about, is interfacing with Samba, and also I would like to have Jellyfin support at some point. So that way you could have all your music stored in your own cloud, right? You could stream it on a web browser through like the Jellyfin UI, and there's a bunch of different alternatives. I'm just picking Jellyfin as the audio server for this one, as my example. But I'd like basically you to do that, so you could have it on the web as like your usual web players, and then on your desktops and on your mobile you could have Koto. We'll see how it goes. But anyways, self-indexing. So control over folders via libraries. So you'd specify as a TOML library. I think that would be the way of funneling our self-indexed content into our concept of like basically a meta library or a data hub. Where actually it'd be more a data lake effectively. So content discovery, we're basically creating our own data lake. That's actually basically creating our own data lake from various sources. So have that. But do we want to use SQLite 3? SQLite 3 C++, because the way I implemented it, if I go back here, let's see if I could find it. EB. Called it Cartographer. Did I even have it? Did I have it in Cartographer? There's so much stuff. We created the tables, but did we ever actually start doing the insert to? We did, okay. It was okay. So here you could see, well, this is a SQL query. I don't really have to write SQL all that much, to be completely honest, in my day job. So to me, I look at this, I'm like, yeah, it makes sense. We insert into the artist table the ID, the name, the path to the art with the given values. By default, we have the artwork as null. And then when it conflicts on ID, we instead update the name and the art path. So that was basically our way of, if SQLite is good enough as a DB backend for Akonadi, then it's certainly good enough for a music player. Yes, the question I was more thinking is there a good C++ interface for facilitating it? Because if I could have it in a way that is composable, that would be nice. And what I mean by that, if I take a look at like Prisma, which I'm surprised it actually pulled up. Thank you, Kaji. The right Prisma. Prisma.io. And if I go to resources, documentation, RUD, ops, like to me, I prefer the ergonomics of something like this. Or not, it doesn't have to necessarily be this, but you define like your table and then .query with the given properties, and then you get the result. Are you going to store track metadata? We did that before. We will do that. We will continue doing that. So I could show you actually in the track here. So we stored we generated a UUID for the ID of for the track. We associated with the artist ID, the album ID. We have the name of the track, which is actually our cleaned up version of the track name. So we didn't have, for example, for audiobooks, you'd have parsing for that. We had that. So you'd be able to break it down to like, okay, this is actually chapter 1, this is chapter 2. Or if you have a bunch of files where it's like 10 dot and then track name, we would strip out the 10 dot and we would know it's actually position 10. Like we had a bunch of stuff that we did when we were working on the original Koto for cleaning up the track titles. So we have the position, we have duration, and we have a list of genres, which is just a list of strings for the different genres, which themselves were also cleaned up. But having been something like CRUD would be kind of nice, but I get the feeling we're just gonna be using SQLite 3 directly again. But you can see there's this wrapper here. I don't know if anybody uses that wrapper. Let's see what Akonadi uses actually. What? Is this legit? Is there an Akonadi Foundation? Links to akonadi.org. I'm going to assume that's something else. I'm not going to click it either. Let's see. Well, that's for PIM stuff. Yeah, but I want the actual source code. Let's see. End decriminalization of, okay, that is definitely different from, yeah, so definitely a different Akonadi. Yeah, it's definitely unrelated. Can I disable that? No. Okay. Well, let's take a look. So you mentioned that they are using SQLite, right? Do I have to expand this out? God, I hate the GitLab interface. SQLite. And of course, we have to wait a decade because GitLab is super slow. Just universally. It also just could not. Maybe it's just not here. I feel like it would have found it by now. If I press enter, They find stuff. Okay, so they are doing it the old-fashioned way as well. Yeah, okay. Have dbconfig SQLite. Okay, a lot of also something I can't stand about GitLab. It's like, come on. Does anybody actually care about the news by default? Can't you just make that where it's like filtered out by default? All right, but we know it exists. So let's go into their source. I'm very curious what Akonadi does. Let's see if we could find. See if we could find it. I know absolutely nothing about their code base, so probably not. But I'll just research for it again. So auto test, CMake modules, server storage. Okay. Server. I just want to see what it would look like. If it's going to look, say, identical to. Well, they support Postgres and MySQL as well. So they init it. Q string literals. I have to say, it's interesting that. But why is it being provided as a QSQL driver? Hold up. What? Is it exposed through? Q. You never cease to amaze me. Yeah, abstract data class for okay, or base class for accessing SQL database. So you're not really used to that in like in the GTK world, you know. I mean, especially nowadays. I mean, you could barely rely on them to have the widgets you want because it's probably in a different widget library. But with Q, I mean, hell, they have all sorts of stuff. I mean, it makes sense, right? Because it's used across open source, it's used in industry. So, yeah, of course, they need to support it. It's in cards, it's in mobile devices, right? Selfish OS. Music even playing is technically playing. I'll increase that a little bit. Yeah, it's a production grade toolkit. Yeah, exactly. So you could just open it up. So that's why they provide it as a Q string. Because how much you want to bet. All right, CC, set database name. Database name is probably the URL to it. Default database name. Yeah, exactly. Host is just host. User is user. Okay. Yeah, because you don't really authenticate against a SQLite database, which is very handy. So yeah, we would probably do the same thing, to be completely honest. So let me actually use this as a reference. So we'll do self-indexing database. So thanks, Winate, for the example that Akonadi seems like a good goal of using SQLite with QSQL and with QSQL driver. QSQL database. And we'll reference this as well. QSQL database. No, I was right. QSQL driver. Why was I down on myself? I mean, sure, there's the class within it called QSQL database, but part of the database classes. So hopefully they have some examples of actually using. Should not be used directly. Use this. Yes. Use QSQL database. Like so. Right. QP-SQL. All right. You set the name, the database name, and you open it. Okay. Well, that's great. You start a transaction. How do you perform transactions? Examples. What? Let's see if they have an example somewhere. Data storage. That's Qt6, but it's possible it hasn't really changed all that much. QSQL database. You have a SQL API layer, yeah. Read write QSQL table model. Here, data storage. Here's the updated one. Let's take a look at this. Data storage document useful as well. And I'm so thoroughly documenting all this because I want to actually log about this in my experience. And I don't want to have to listen to myself for hours again, you know. So try to figure out all of what I went through and said. So they don't seem to have example. They have example classes. They don't have here executing. All right, so you do a Q. Okay. Select name, salary. Yeah. Q model classes. You define a model. You iterate over all the rows. Record, yeah, value to integer. So you have casting, which is nice, right? Hot damn. Nice helpers there. To string, which is a Q string, okay. This seems quite nice. Of course, if you guys have any good examples of where everything's just consolidated of like open file, perform transaction, commit save database, done. Like that kind of example. SQL browser example app. SQL browser example app Qt. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is like it. Okay. I won't get too in the weeds here, but yeah. Add connections. That's how they're defining it. That's how they're defining translations. Cool. And then you have browser, row insertions, browser exec. So they create a new model, they set the query to whatever the query is of the current database. They set the model to this. Or is that just setting the query? Not really. Here we go. QSQL query. You specify a query with the constructor of the DB. So they're using an in-memory DB, for example. We would be using a SQL one. It's fine. And then you just do execs here. So this would be like when we're wanting to bootstrap the database. This would be useful. Of course, they're filling it in with example data for if we want to use the in-memory one, right? So it just provides you a good example of manipulating it. They're doing a show table, so they're defining some sort of custom model. Of course, they're sort of intermixing UI and GUI stuff in. They do a Q object class of a table model. Insert. Okay. Well, we'll add and check out the SQL browser example. Okay. So SQLite seems like the brain dead choice. And the great thing is we could actually port over a lot of the stuff we did here. It might not be a one-to-one port, right? But I think for our database stuff is probably going to be quite similar. So we would want to basically set up the database driver first, like here's our SQLite database, and then load our different content discovery sources or indexers. So this would be like, well, we're not loading, but like initializing things like Baloo or Tracker if we're going to use either of those. Feed the content in, make sure that they're in alignment, because it might be that you're adding content while the music player isn't on, right? It's not active. So when you want to load it up, you want to make sure that you sync Baloo, which is almost certainly going to be running in the background. You want to sync that up with Koto automatically without having to go through like a manual process of re-indexing or searching for your files again. So I suspect that's how the model would work there. Same deal with Tracker, and then I would imagine you'd want on a separate thread the self-indexing operation if you have that enabled for music. So we'll want to make sure with our TOML stuff that we define what our data source is for different code libraries. So let me just make a note of this configuration. Make sure that, do we actually have something here already for it? No. Configuration, TOML T11 is going to be the obvious one. Make sure that Koto libraries define the data source. gbaloo. Here. Internal is what we'll refer to it as. Right, ID3v2 parsing. So we still might end up using taglib, I think. I think that is sort of the de facto one. What we could see though, we have the Q metadata, so clearly it's able to read Q media meta Q media metadata. They actually have, they actually have all this information. Do they expose it as, okay, so those are just the enum. No shit. So let me guess, for the image, they actually expose that as a Q image already. Damn, that is okay. can we read the file and then chuck it into the Q meta, or is it only exposed? Let's see. Q audio. Devices capture. Because basically we could figure out, like through self-indexing, what is an audio file, right? That's simple enough to do with magic. Not with like, you know, I have a wand magic, but with the library magic and the magic headers. Which, I mean, I think is quite literally magic. It's devilry, it's black magic. But if we could then pipe that into Qt somehow and have it tell us what the metadata is, so we don't have to use taglib, that's one less thing that we have to rely on, like one separate library, which I think would be nice. But let's see if we have get Q media meta data from file. How to use it? They define that, and they define a set media. You're welcome. Like the fucking ego of this person. Let's see. So you define a Q media, and then you set the media. There doesn't seem to be. Seems like you would have to create a Q media and then. See, metadata. Qt6 too. Oh, this was 2 years ago as well. This person was not that long ago. Right, so they're defining a Q media player, and then they're creating an event loop and delaying it artificially by a second, and then executing it, and then seeing if it's active. And oof. Okay, so it doesn't seem like there's really just a way of saying read this file, extract the content. What about from here? I tried using, let's see, some metadata functions have been removed. Let's see, incomplete type. Okay, taglib it is. Now, is there a good C++ version? Or are we just gonna have to use the header directly? Probably just pull in the header, right? I'm not allergic to doing that. We've already done that before, so. Oh, okay, yeah. It should be fine. Yeah, we'll just use, still use taglib. All right, so this will be under content discovery. We'll do media tags. Still use taglib. It's still great. Using Q media metadata would require generating a loop, generating a Q media layer, setting the file, waiting until it's loaded, then info. That's no good. Somebody has a different workaround than all years, but so far it seems like taglib is still the way to go. Which is good, because we should have taglib code in here. So we're pulling it. We're pulling in taglib_c. Yeah. So actually, it will be more. It might actually be more ergonomic for us. Yeah. So we'd have a file reference as just probably the URI of the file, and then let's see, file ref. Yeah, so you can provide a file name or an IO stream or a taglib file. Okay, that's easy enough. File ref here, we'll dump that in here. Let's see. Okay, so playback. Playback is sorted. We'll use probably Qt multimedia and Qt media. Here. UI, obviously Qt, probably Kirigami. We'll have to see about MauiKit. Database, still SQLite. And then our ID3 parsing will be taglib still. Configuration, I already had that one figured out. It would be Toml C11. And then dbus will probably be using sdbus cpp. Although I do want to see, it probably isn't an interface for it, but it's cute, so you never know. Empress. Multimedia audio output, video output. Cute. That I don't expect that they will. Oh, Selfish OS actually has an adapter for it. What license is it under though? LGPO, okay. Implement the optional. So they haven't implemented track list or playlist interfaces yet. And you can't even file issues for it. Great. Classic Selfish. EXO, Qt GUI, Empress interface, and Strobl. Not quite what I'm looking for. They also have one, which is this just going to be a fork or something? No. Ah, yeah, it is a fork. One of them is forking the other. Or is it just a fork of this? Are they all just... Who started it? That's what I wonder. That's what I wonder. 9 years ago, 10 years ago, initial commit. By who? Who was it? Who was it written? Okay, well, basically we'll do it ourselves. It is what it is. It doesn't really matter. We'll just use it with SDBus CPP. We'll grab the XMLs for the media player interfaces, generate the classes using SDBus CPP code gen, and then obviously implement a class for us to expose all that. So, do we actually have this all mapped out then? I was kind of expecting it to take longer, but suppose not. Of course, now we have to delve into this thing called CMake, right? So that'll be fun. Let's see Qt6 tutorial. I'm personally more of a fan of Meson, but I've noticed a lot of CPP stuff. For example, SDBus CPP provides CMake examples as opposed to any Meson examples. Now, of course, that's just a matter of documentation, right? And I was able to figure it out simple enough with Meson here. Like if I go to meson.build, you can see like it's really not all that complicated. And there is, maybe this is something we should really explore. Meson Qt 6 bits, well, just Meson Qt plugin, which they actually have. Really enough, they've mentioned it here. We have Creator installed. No, I think I I do have it installed. So I could just set it up with, yeah. Oh, I could do the cheeky thing of setting it up with Qt Creator. Use a tool. Maybe I should. And then we'll see what it generates. Create a project. It's gonna be a, well, I mean technically they'll have both. but it will be more of a cute, quick application. Let's go code, Josh Strobl. This was just a bootstrap attempt that I did on the CMake thing, so I'm actually just going to delete. This, and then we'll call it Koto Qt. Eventually it'll get merged in to Qt proper, or into Koto proper, the repository. But I needed some moving around and stuff. Qt virtual keyboard, no thank you. Koto, no, just Koto with the K, it's a Japanese instrument. Let's see. Following kits, I mean, sure. I don't really know if I need all these build types. Rel with debug info, I do. Release, sure. Minimum size release, though? Maybe that would be useful. Profile one, probably be useful. Can we actually specify? Let's see, we'll use git. Oh, it is going to generate as let's see. Preferences tools. But can I not bootstrap? Okay. Well, we'll fire it up with that. Oh boy. Oh, well, at least I could control zoom. The rest of the UI is puny. That was even small. My screen, it was like for ants. Right. I don't care about macOS. So, dropkick all that crap. So this is what a bare bones CMake is going to look like. So you specify the minimum required version of CMake. You specify the project name, the version of it, and what languages it uses / supports. What does CMake CXX standard required? CMake compile features. Okay, that doesn't really help us at all. Boolean defining whether the value of CSX standard is required. It's on. Okay. CSX standards treat as required. Ah, okay, so you have to specify this. Well, I'm going to want to specify it as, let's see, I do set. Let me CMake. Oh, CSX. We are going to want to specify probably 20. Because that is probably what's going to be most available. I know some projects have gone, but you have to use KDE frameworks. Ah, yeah, shit. I knew I was forgetting something. Yeah, KDE frameworks. We're going to look at to see if there's any useful KDE frameworks. Duh, that was the one thing I really wanted to take a look at. I even have it. I have it open here. I think so. KDE frameworks tier list. Yeah, so they have a bunch of stuff. I don't know how much of it we'll actually use. Text encoding, we're not going to have to use really. Bluez, I don't think we're going to be using directly. Maybe eventually, like if we want to have it where you target a particular Bluetooth device, that I could see that being useful. Kirigami, obviously, we're going to be using. Let's see. Not much in tier 1, which is to be expected. K-file metadata. They have file metadata stuff. But does it actually support? They do support reading and writing metadata. But you have to write your own extractor. Stored in memory. Okay, it's just MIME type information. Oh, they do have properties for. Oh, okay. Interesting. So we could maybe use this. So let's go, instead of taglib, does it include genre information? Yeah, it includes genre. Yeah, duration, album. I mean, okay, so maybe instead of taglib, I know we're circling back to this, which is not what I was expecting to do either. Media tags, possibly use K file metadata. So they talk about, I mean, I have to say, this as the documentation isn't that great. Simple test example has been written. Okay. So do I have to then open up the repo? Can you not embed it? All right. Let's see. They have s-dump.cpp. Okay. So they have an extraction result. So if it's extraction level full text, otherwise plain text, so we would just probably want to extract metadata, right? That is extraction result. Add extractor. Used to extract data from a file. Image data, user data. Of course, the benefit, I think taglib also had the writing API. They specify a Q file URL of the absolute file. Extractor, so you fetch the extractor based off the MIME type. So do they actually have a default set of extractors? The helper class, which internally loads all the extractor plugins. Fetch extractors, let's see. Might be easier to check the source of it. We'll do that in a moment. They do that, and then how are they performing the extract? Okay, so they're doing a simple extract result with URL, the MIME type of it, which is using QMIME database. So they're getting the MIME type information from the absolute URL. So this is actually a pretty good example. Good example at this. Let's take a look at their extractors. They have FFmpeg extractor. So these are all video ones. It's fine. They probably then have one for taglib extractor. They literally have. Are they implementing taglib directly? Yeah, taglib. Okay, so they're doing what I would have done. Oh. Okay, so I could probably just use. I could just use this. A file metadata. Thank you for reminding me yet again about the KDE frameworks, because I would have just completely glossed over it and not gone through this list. Oh, fantastic. We have that. I don't think we're gonna have a status notifier item, to be completely honest. Notifications, I feel like that would be provided by GDaemon. So I don't know if we're actually use K notifications, to be completely honest. But we'll see. That's under tier 2. Anything else that's used? K declarative. I do remember Mr. Neo mentioning some extra CMake module stuff I should take a look at. 2 parts of the library used. Integrate, sure. With Qt framework specific features, import for binding. So we might want K declared. If we're going to be pulling in the we'll see about that one. Crash reporting don't really need because it's not going to be going to them. K color scheme, I don't know. Like we'll mess with the theming down the line. Let's see. We're not going to be worrying about packages or installed apps. We don't have to think about any of that. Threadweaver, high-level multi-threaded framework. Threadweaver, the job queue. It internally manages threads. Interesting. Might want to take a look at this instead of using standard cold colon thread. Threadweaver. I imagine we'll probably just use standard thread, but we'll have to find. And then we have Balu. We have a bunch of different stuff. I don't know if we'll probably K icon themes. I mean, Qt by default supports icon theme. So what is the benefit of this over that? Let's see, either choose the icon effects, selected, disabled icon states, and K icon button. When clicking it, the user can change it to using the icon dialog. I don't know if that's really necessary. K new stuff, don't need that. KIO maybe. I'd like to try to avoid that. See? K runner. It's not what I was. Calling it a parallelized query system is a bit generous when it's literally like the K runner, the application thing, like budgie run dialog. This is crap. AIO framework integration. Yeah, I mean, obviously we'll need Baloo, but we already knew that one. A config widgets, configuration dialog, KDED, providing system level services, such as what? Nope, don't need that. Don't need that. Nope, and nope. Okay, well that's good to know. For somebody will find that useful though. But that K file metadata is definitely the gem in my case. Image format plugins for Qt. So provide additional image formats for Qt GUI. So which ones does it support over Qt? Because they mentioned, so ANI, don't care about that. GIMP, I mean, a lot of this stuff, not sure we really need. I mean, the JPEG XR and XL, AV1, I don't see AV1 and JPEG XL and the like being used in the album or for the album art, the cover art for tracks. So I think I will probably skip out on this one for now. But it'll be good to know that if I encounter it, I know where to go to sort that out. Yeah, I'm not surprised. They have a lot of fantastic stuff here. Okay, idle time. This might actually be useful. I could kind of see, like, you know, back in the old days, right? I don't know if people still have it nowadays, but I certainly don't. Back in my day, you used to have screensavers. Whoa, what are screensavers? They were like these things that would show up on your display and render with funny patterns and all that when you're idled for long enough on your computer, right? I know I'm mansplaining what screensavers are for any millennials out there that don't know what they are. But it'd be kind of nice to have something like that. It probably wouldn't be applicable to like PC or mobile, but eventually it'd be nice to have like a quote unquote 12-foot view. So what I mean by that is, like, the 12-foot view is like your 12-foot, or it's like what, 4 meter away from a TV. So it'd be like a TV interface. It'd be nice to like play music on that, and then if it's idled for a bit, it would show a screensaver. And that would be very useful for like OLED displays, which of course are gaining popularity for computer displays, but are most prominent, I would say, on TVs. So having maybe some sort of way of determining idle time would be kind of nice. But whether or not we would want to do that versus like that being the responsibility of the desktop environment or the compositor or whatever is another question. But it might be useful to have some sort of idle time stuff at some point. Right, all right, so we have that. Yes, extra CMake modules. So, find package. Let's see. Reduce duplication. Let's see. Let's take a look at what they have. If there are any KDE devs in chat and you have used ECM, I would love to hear what particular problems it has solved for you. If you think that it may be useful for me, because it's worth bearing in mind, this isn't a KDE app, right? It's just an application that will happen to use KDE frameworks because, I mean, I'm stupid, but I'm not to such a degree of stupidity that I would intentionally duplicate work that somebody else has done, and somebody will be able to manage way better than myself. So that's why I want to use KDE frameworks. I want to use these sort of existing solutions. I'm not really a fan of like not invented here. So if you have a particular use case for the ECM stuff that you have thought has been useful, then let me know. But if I take a look here, so we have like compiler settings. So I guess this is just for compiler version. So it sets, okay. So if you use this, the KDE compiler settings level, then it automatically sets standard standard required. Not sure if you're interested in Koto having a waveform spectrum somewhere. Yeah, maybe at some point. Who does have an example for that? Oh, that's good to know. Okay. I think I had mentioned maybe having that or something for Koto originally, but never got around to it. I was more focused, I think, before I stopped on like EQ stuff. So this, I don't really see myself needing ECM just to define this, but I could see it being useful. Like if you pulled in ECM as a KDE app, you don't have to like make sure your CSX standard and all of that is up to date and in alignment with everybody else if you just used the KDE compiler settings level. So I could see that being used. Or for KDE users. Not necessarily for myself. Let's see, runtime path. Let's see. I don't think I really need that. But I do need it to be. All right, so we have the KDE installers. So I take it that this is being ported due to the chaos with libdata and such. Well, listen, I don't want to like I don't want to poke any bears. I don't want to like get into a whole discussion about this again. But I did write like a blog post years ago, right, about effectively my experiences with GTK4, and some of the behavior of various GNOME developers at that time. I'm not saying that they exhibit the same behavior now. I'm just saying in the context of 2021. I was generally disappointed when I had ported GTK3 Koto to GTK4. I was really hoping that there was going to be a lot of really nice widgets for me to leverage to make the app more responsive and encourage both the ability to have a responsive design, but also complement that with themability. And the reality is that just hasn't happened. So I had gone down the route of like, okay, well, due to XYZ reasons that I'm not going to get into, we'll go with a particular toolkit for Solus. Then I left Solus. And just recently I put out this, my blog post contains outdated information thing. This is very recent, and I even have like a complete section here on all this. But I also have like there's like been discussions. I don't know if anything if it's gone anywhere in the years past or years since, but like removing even more APIs related to themability and like basically forcing people to implement their own platform libs for like GTK5. Like, no, thank you. I just would really like to have like the libhandy and libdata widgets in GTK4 itself. Now, I want to mention I have had conversations with people that work on that stuff since then, and I do understand their perspective. But just because I understand it doesn't mean I have to fully agree with it. So for me, of course, I'm not interested in GTK whatsoever. Budgie 10 is basically, once Budgie 10 is over and done with, so after our Wayland port, I'm not really going to be touching anything GTK anymore. Everything else after that will be written in some other toolkit, right? We're not going to discuss what that toolkit is for 11. But for my particular personal use case for Koto and for the use cases I want to achieve, which is Sailfish OS implementation and Plasma Mobile implementation, obviously Qt is the logical choice. So that's why porting is a generous word. I'm basically burning old Koto down to the ground and starting from scratch. So hope that answers your question. Right, so they have this KDE installs dir 6. So this specifies a bunch of installation directories with full paths. I could see this being useful if you want to align with their installation paths for things. Wallpaper doors. I mean, I don't see how this would hurt to use. Default arcs. Maybe I should use that. Because like if we take a look at what it generated, keeping in mind I haven't really audited any of this. Specify destination and cmake install, libdir, bindir, that kind of thing. Whereas if we just specified it as, it'll be useful when I eventually port your app to HiQ. Yeah. It'll be open source, so I don't care. You're more than welcome to. Happy to oblige. But maybe this would be useful. The KDE installers. So you install targets, and then you'd be like the app name, and then just this. So you don't even have to specify library, destination, libdir thing. Yeah, I could see that being useful. Maybe we will pull it in for this. So you need to tell, let's see, to find the CM package. Right. Do I have it installed already? And if I don't, that's going to be really unfortunate. EMF search CM. Because for whatever reason, maybe it'll show up here. DNF and like a few other things, I'm not really sure why, take an eternity. I don't know when exactly it started. I feel like it's been within the last month or so, where I went from everything being blazing fast to DNF can't even do a search without taking 700 years. Also, maybe the NixOS folks will appreciate all that. Maybe. Not a Nix user myself, but they have their use cases. I'm glad that NixOS exists. Yeah, so it'd probably take me a short amount of time to make some coffee or to do this search. And I've checked here, I could show it. I was like, oh, like, is it like IO related, right? Like, but you could see that there isn't really anything, there's not really much going on. There is obviously OBS, because OBS is running. It's probably extra CMake modules, probably. But of course, if I cancel it, it'll be about 10,000 years. I should just search cd/userlibs, or maybe. No, it's probably share. And then if I have extra, it might be under CMake. OS modules. Do I have any of the KDE ECM stuff? I have KDE3, KDE4. I don't know if I do. Alright, we're just going to do sudo dnf install. Actually, because I know it's going to be punishing enough for whatever reason, I'm going to search RPM's extra CMake. Okay, that is what it is. Make modules. Something to use later during development, a Qt introspection tool. Yeah. I don't remember who it was that mentioned that. I feel like Campbell, when he was working on weight check, might have mentioned it. I don't quite remember. This also takes an eternity. And this isn't a slow drive either. him or Neil, yeah. Because the drive, like, it churns. But I don't know. It's just part of my life when I have to deal with DNF and a few other things. At first I was like, maybe it's all the crap I've installed through Brew. So at this point I have literally nothing in Brew. I like Brew list. You can see I have nothing in Brew anymore. And it's still slow. So it's not like there's some conflict. You know, I thought maybe it was like dbus or some weird lib. Or Python. Actually, I thought initially maybe it was the Python 312 from Brew that could have been interfering with it. But no, it was still pulling it in from user lib in the case of DNF. So I'm not really sure what was going on there. But okay, in the meantime, while that's doing its thing, we could take a look at, so we're defining Qt6.4. We're requiring component as quick. We'll want I think it's multimedia. It was just all lowercase, I think. Let's see. Why is this UI so tiny? And I already do have it installed. Oh my god, all that time wasted. I already have it. Oh, okay, sure. So we'll add the find package, which find package finds a package, usually something external to the project. Okay. Do you have any other information? No. Great. Thanks. That was very useful, Qt. Okay. So no module. I don't want to just copy code. Ever notice DNF spiking a CPU core while trying to do a package tab completion? I never do a package tab completion, to be honest. Because I can't trust it to actually be useful whatsoever. For example, if I'm trying to install something from my local file system, it just doesn't. I have to like copy the entire file name. It doesn't like tab complete to anything that is an RPM file, in my experience, anyways. All right, so we find package, so usually provide and load its package specific details. Okay. So you do that, required, and what was the no module? What did that mean? No module. The config option, the synonymous no option, let's see. Okay, but fine. I will ask Gemini then. If your docs don't want to tell me, what does cmake find package no module mean? Used to instruct CMake to find the specific package without using the modern CMake module system. This is necessary to deal with legacy packages that don't adhere to the system system convention. So, for example, they're using boost as an example. Okay. Why can't the doc say that? Why do I have to rely on a bot that could be lying to me? You know? All right, so we have this. This font size is insane, but maybe it's visible to you guys. Have that, and then we want to use the KDE install DIRS 6 or install. So I think it's literally just this, isn't it? Just rip all this stuff out. Do I need to include the GNU install DIRS as well? Oh, here. Let's see. Equivalent to CMake is defined. Also defined by GNU CMake, ships with CMake. So we don't actually need, it doesn't seem like we need to include that at all. Good. Qt standard project setup. Okay, so the command is defined in the core component, which will be loaded like so. Okay. versionless. So we don't specify any version, but that would be like for setting up, I guess, I18 stuff. It looks like we add our QML. Indeed, documentation is sometimes unreliable. If only we had more people working on it. It's sorely needed literally everywhere. I completely agree. It's one of those thankless things. It's like, well, I mean, hell, just in my example, I was complaining, right, about the one option I couldn't find, despite the fact that look at all of this text somebody wrote to describe everything else. And all this other stuff I'm sure is extremely useful or will be useful to me. But in that exact moment, the one thing I needed didn't exist, and therefore I was like, damn documentation, you know. So we have a main CPP file. So we have source. Right, so this just generates, okay. So it's setting up our QGUI application, our application engine, and then defining the QML that we're going to be loading. We connect to the engine, right? Is that what we're doing? And then we are loading the URL, object failed, exit one, Qt connection. So if I just start this, no package found. Let's see. Fire component. Okay, so we do not have multimedia. So let's search for that. And because I don't hate myself at the moment, you need to add include KD installers. Okay. But do I need to do include as just this, or do I need to do it as the installers 6? Include. Because unfortunately, this doesn't really say. Maybe it says here. No. Okay. KD installers. Compatibility wrapper around KD installers 5. So I want to wager I need this. But you are probably right and I'm wrong. But I just want to double check. But before I do that, we want Qt6 multimedia, which probably isn't going to be a separate package. It's probably going to be split out from Qt6 itself, which we'll just have to do RPM. Let's see. Files, spec. Let's see. Multimedia. Qt6 Qt multimedia. Okay. And we're going to want devel because, well, we are doing development stuff, right? Now, while we're at it, so that's the meta package. Should I just pull in all of, I think I will just pull in all of it. To save myself the time. Besides, it's going to take 700 years anyways. John says, another good example, the Debian wiki is in dire need of an overhaul. Yeah, they package their manuals, but the dire state of the wiki makes it hard for a newcomer to find info coherent. Yeah, I mean, it's the same way for a lot of operating systems. I think everybody's sort of centralized on like the Arch wiki for everything. I mean, I think there's been a few instances where like the Next docs and Gentoo docs have actually been kind of, I don't remember exactly what. It was back in the days when I was like developing an operating system, right, with Solus. Where I would have to go and dig down like, oh, what kernel flags are they using, or what sort of interesting way did they solve this particular problem? You know, what compile time flags? That's not really necessarily documentation related for a lot of it, but let's see. is it just Btrfs? Does Btrfs just suck? And it just compounds after a while? Because you know what? I think on my desktop, when I was primarily running Fedora on that, I say primarily because now it just basically is used for gaming with Windows. I know, God forbid. I think I had set it up with ext4. I don't think I had set it up with Btrfs. But I did install a Btrfs tool. What was it called? Like a GUI, Btrfs Assistant, and cleaned up like everything, like all the snapshots and all that kind of stuff. And it didn't improve the speed whatsoever. So I don't know. Any assistance would be appreciated. But if we just rip this out for now, press F5, does not exist. Okay, so maybe you're right that I do actually just need to include on this. Given target does not exist. Did I use it? Probably just using. Let's see. ECM, let's see. 80 install there's. Install. I mean, just installing my app. And then this. Oh, I'm an idiot. Wait. Where did I see this then? Okay, well, try this. Katie installed their 6 then? Add QML module. Yeah, it's having an issue here. I'm guessing. Can't find what? Qt6 devel. This is Qt6. Name Qt6. Package is devel. What? Install. Devel. There's a README here. What the heck? Did I typo it? No. Okay. So look, even info is really punishing. It'd be faster if I look up on Koji, isn't it? Qt6. Qt6 files. It was done by Young. Not understanding. Because usually it'll have like the search Bodhi. Six. We'll want it for Fedora 40. Qt6 Qt works. Okay. All right, we're just gonna Do this the hard way. I don't know why it's not finding it. It's package Qt6 and then it's the val package within that. I'm gonna rip out all these. Anywhere there is a new line, we're gonna replace. We're gonna replace all this. This is a tab with space. And if this doesn't work, I'm not gonna be happy. It probably isn't. It's probably like, oh, you have something already installed, therefore I will fail the entire thing. All I want to do is run my Qt app. Hello, just saw Katie's tweet about this. I was very surprised that they tweeted out about it. It was very nice of them. Especially given there isn't really much in the way of development that I'm doing, unfortunately. I'm mostly trying to just get the Qt6 develop stuff installed on Fedora. But maybe this will provide a good opportunity. I'll use this as a lesson learned and try to figure out why Qt6-devel just doesn't seem to exist. In the meantime, I want to open up this in Z and see how it looks here. So this is, unsurprisingly, let's see, extensions. I don't think there's any CMake extensions. There's Neo CMake, but I don't think it's going to include Neo CMake itself. No. So it might actually be best if I do it through here. You create. Maybe I could just make it look nicer. Increase the font. Let's see. Can I make this look nice? Not exactly what I was planning on doing, but we're waiting for DNF to sort its life out. So in the meantime, let's see. Well, actually, let's not C. Let's C++. Oh, so good, I know. Text editor. I would like, oh. What? I'm not confident that this Qt6 devel thing. Hold on, is this only in, oh my god, is this only in Rawhide? I bet that's why. I bet they haven't done the meta package for F40. I hope that's the answer. No, it's here too. All right. So it's complaining what didn't exist. Qt6 QDoc apparently isn't a thing. Has anybody tested out? Hold on. I'm gonna ask my good friends over in, let's see. I don't have Element open. And you know what? Just to prove a point, I'm gonna open up NeoChat. Damn right. Open up NeoChat and ask my good friends in the Fedora KDE SIG, one of the best SIGs in Fedora. Fedora KDE. Let's see. Has anyone tested installation of Qt6 devel recently? For me, it says it doesn't exist. And then when I try to install the packages listed as requires, there are also packages that don't exist. I know this isn't very thrilling for you guys, but I feel as like a responsible Fedora user, and not great for onboarding. Cute. Let's see. Hopefully one of them will have an answer. I will go ahead and see. Can I turn off notifications real quick though? Enable notifications for this account. No, thank you for now. All right, so we could not find Qt6 qdoc. All right, so we need to not try installing that. Okay, help generator apparently doesn't exist. Qt6 Qt image formats. Let's see. Qt image formats apparently doesn't exist according to Fedora repo. Let's see what else. Seems like that might be it. Okay, now can we please install? Well, sudo dnf install. Now, I wonder actually. This is probably gonna punish me as well, because I don't know what's going on with DNF. Even adding the help flag doesn't immediately do the help stuff. Yeah. So let's see. Oh, DNF. We don't have a Qt meta package, says Neil. I disagree, Mr. Neil. Let's see. Oh my god, I can't even cancel this. This is the worst. This is punishment. All I wanted to do was tac help. Your stream is apparently restricted. Yeah, it's 18 plus because I used bad words. Okay. I have to do this then. The meta package is disabled. No! Oh. Okay. Oh. Okay. I'm glad I raised it. I hope it can get enabled. Because having to do this by hand is not great. If I just want to install the world. Because I don't want to install the world that is KDE, right? I just want to install the Qt stuff. And then I will incrementally add the KDE bits as I want to add it. So. Okay. Let's see. I think during my vacation I'm gonna have to do a reinstall of the Fedora as well. if this doesn't work, then I have new instructions on what to do. For installing all the Qt stuff. Oh, okay. We have movement. All right. And so it's gonna finally install stuff. All right. And then, in theory, we'll have multimedia. Let's see, Qt Creator Dark. Well, that only changes the color scheme there. It doesn't change the actual UI. Flat dark. Here we go. Restart it now, please. That's an improvement. Okay. Let's change the text editor color scheme. Dark to maybe, don't really care. I don't really want to Qt Creator. Or this one. It's the least worst. All right. It's finally installed. Now, can I just run it? Can I build? Why? Why is this having an issue? You generated this CMake file. Why? Why? Like you literally generated all this for me. What if I just if I don't do this bit, right? Like, let's just, oh, I can't undo it. Let's see. Rerun make from the, let's see. Make from the build menu. The build menu, let's see. Start debugging build project. Build. Rerun CMake. Run CMake. It it's not liking it. What if I, who would have thought that just CMake, what if CMake dot, but just running this. Okay, so this is useful information. Could not find the requested file. Okay, what about Qt6? Can't find that either. Okay, maybe doing this bit was a mistake. Does it at least get diff? No. ID showing the full error. Would you like help with that? In the menu bar? Yeah. So now it's complaining about this. Well, that's whatever. I'm just gonna pretend that error doesn't exist. It's complaining about this included KDE install dirs bit. Include KDE. Okay. KDE install dirs. Extra CMake module. Okay, I'm just gonna look at, for example, let's see, invent KDE. Let's look at Tokudon. Fantastic application. They probably use CMake. What do they do for KDE installers? They include KDE installers, just as we are. Extra CMake. I'm pretty sure I do have extra CMake modules installed. I don't know if I could go far up enough. Let's see. Yeah, here. Extra CMake modules already installed. Try without ECM and KDE installers. I would like to. Okay, well, I've done basically, I've done nothing with this app. So we're gonna not save this. We're gonna, without ECM things not work. I have ECM. I have ECM. I have it installed. I scrolled up. Look. You might want to look at it, Lisa. They were doing the same thing as me. Do I have to do a find package? Let's see. Was I doing a find package? Why did they make this so difficult? Open project. Oh my god, that is a bright picker. Okay. But no, I wanna. Do I have to? What? Just open up the folder. Oh. Why? Can I open the CMake? I have to open the CMake file. Okay. Find package loads the macros in. Let's see. I have ECM. I have find package, ECM required no module, just like Toko down here. We have a minimum version set. We set a bunch of things. We're going to use multimedia. And then we do they do include Qt installers. We have Qt installers. I know I had it as 6 here. Earlier I had it as the non-6 version and it still didn't work. Just as an FYI. Okay, what if I just do, I'm just gonna do this. Thank you, Tokodon. I'm taking your super proprietary way of finding a package. I don't want to do this. And I'll do this. Include. That CMake warning I'm not gonna worry about. Still the same thing. Add the find package, but you didn't include. No, I did include it before, Neil. ECM was included down here before the install. I had it as Qt install DIRS 6, and before that I tried to install DIRS. Farquhar. So I have to do this. Yeah, this is probably the bit I'm missing. How much you want to bet? Now things are green. Now things are green. Now if I CMake, everything's fine now. Okay, so it's this CMake module path. I want to check. Did I do a dump? Probably. No. To use it. Okay, you need to tell CMake to find it, which I did. And then add it, add it to the CMake module path. So this probably already, no, I had it. I had this already. Oh shit, but I had it before this. Fuck. No, but when I had this afterwards, it didn't work either. Did it fail with this? Hold on, if I rip this out, will it work? Yeah. But if I include it, CMake source or CMake, then I do it. What? It's fully sequentially processed. Path versus dir. Is it using? No, but I copied this. Where did I copy? Do I have to have both? You're blowing away everything in a second. I just ripped that out. Standard CMake experience right here. Yeah, no kidding. Okay. Yeah, apparently I was overriding when I was setting it. to this dir, doesn't work. Even though dir is set here. Now if I do ECM module dir here, right? Does it work? No. It has to be path. Then add either. It says to add either. This one says to use path, like, this one says to use path. This says to use dir. Then use path will also make the other types of modules available. Oh, CMake. Fucking hell. Can I just run the app? I just want to run and see like a hello world. Can I get a hello world? I got a hello world. It's an empty window. It's beautiful. Okay, our job is done here. We're ready to ship it. Koto is done. It's bad docs. Yeah, they're doing the best they can, but yeah, it's well, okay. I mean, it wouldn't be so bad if they had just used Mason, right? Like, Mason's great. Makes me want to use Mason after this experience. I also, why is this called App Koto Qt? A little silly. Can I rename this? Is it literally called App Koto Qt though? Or is that just their way of structuring it? QRC. I'd be willing to bet my left arm that Mason has its share of issues. Oh, you're absolutely right. Okay, so we have a window. Fantastic. It's all I wanted in life. I wasn't even planning on getting this far. So we set a title, we set some dimensions to it. We set it to, actually, is it resizable? That's the question. Is resizable. Okay. Great. Make us dead and gone. Nobody should think about that. True. So we load this. All right. So shall we try to make some progress on at least bootstrapping some sort of UI? It's not going to be useful by any means, but we could at least try to do something. Or should we start working on the C++ bit? Like, do I even have Boost installed? Not Boost, like, what is it called? Baloo is what it's called. We even have Baloo installed. RPM. I'm gonna use RPM because DNF be slow. -QA. Rep. Baloo. Probably not. I mean, I have KF6 Baloo. But is that actually Baloo itself? Or is, let's see, RPM. Oh, RPM, it's so fast. It actually responds. All right, let's time this. I just have to time it real quick. Should install the group. Yeah, sure. Check this out. Let me. Okay, I can't seem to copy that easily, and so I'm gonna have to do it manually. At kf6-software-development. Shall we see how long this is gonna take just to respond to doing something? It doesn't really want to actually open up a thing, but sure. 100% local. Would be online, i.e. slower. Yeah, but I have gigabit. So it shouldn't be slow because of network speed, but let's see. Watch, it's not even gonna like, it'll respond in like 20 minutes, right? Like we'll open this up here, over here. And we'll like, increase the font size here. We'll like do some search watch. Well, the RPM help. Oh wow, RPM help instant. DNF help. It is slow. I don't know why it's so slow, but it is. Not sure why your DNF is so slow. I don't know either. It's terrible. I have tried DNF cleaned. I've tried a Btrfs, like all the Btrfs cleaned up stuff. Yeah. So, you know, this'll do something at some point. In the meantime, let's work on the DNF is short for enough, and you should try using DNF5. Guess what? Guess what, buddy? I'm pretty sure this is DNF5. I'm pretty sure I swapped it over to DNF5. At least on my desktop it is. All right, so we have a white window. That's fine. And it's Qt theming after all. We're going to want a side panel, right? I understand that, but I'm pretty sure I switched to DNF5. Like during one of the testing days or something. We could check though, because this is like on my mini PC, so it's possible I didn't do it. Let's close that. We are going to want a side panel of sorts. So we had mentioned a list view, but oh, here we go. Yeah, I finally responded. Older, you have to explicitly call the DNF5 CLI. Really? Let's see. That's the DNF4 output. Oh no. That might explain it. I mean, it's not the only thing. There's like another command that was being really slow for me, but I don't quite remember what it was. Okay. We want a sidebar. So for a sidebar, it really just needs to be a column. It doesn't need to be anything fancy because we're not expecting to dynamically be changing the content of the sidebar. I have all my system is now polluted by KDE frameworks. This is also installs the QDoc files. Oh, that's good. So we're gonna want probably some sort of, I don't know what to think about doing this in QML to begin. Do a column. This actually within this we're gonna want a row probably. Unless we could deal with layouts. Let's take a look. Layout QML. We have row layout. Only having one row. Let's see. It is row layout, isn't it? Row layout. Oh, it might actually just be called row. Let's see. It's fully enrolled to the KDE section. Oh no. What have you guys done? Ah, okay, look at that. The DNF5. You're very yeah, my mic levels are fine looking at it. I'm almost peaking actually. The DNF5 help actually shows instantly. So that old DNF, that was my mistake apparently, using old DNF. So we have a column, but do we actually want to use that? Or do we want to use Kirigami documentation? Let's see. No, Kirigami, getting started. We want layout here. To pump up. I mean, I have everything at 100%, so just gonna have to live with it. Sorry. Kirigami application window. I think I'm gonna swap it immediately for a Kirigami application window. We'll do that. Unknown component. Well, we probably have to import Kirigami if I had to guess, right? Import Kirigami. Cannot be found. Okay. Well, let's see the getting started. Import org. Okay, so it's org. Org.kd.kirigami as Kirigami. All right, so now we have an application window. We do want to define as the root window or the root component. So they have a page stack. We are actually also going to want a page stack because our settings are probably going to be on a dedicated page. So that is a good shout by the documenters here. Kirigami page. So what is going to be the difference between I guess it's a page stack, a Kirigami page. I go here just to have some way of doing a search. Kirigami page. Not useful. Okay. Not useful. Okay. What is my language is set to English. This is in English. This is English. This is in English. This is in English. This is in English. My language is set to English. Give me search results in English. Kirigami page. This is what we want. Cool. Yeah, very, very nice. Very nice. Thanks. Docs. Okay. I would like to know what a Kirigami page is. This will be forever a mystery. So we're just going to assume it's their fancy page, right? What is included in a page? Who knows? Yeah, I don't. Let's see. So we have this. Let's go back to the getting started. So within that, they have a controls label which says hello world, and they anchor it to be in the center. So within ours, which is going to be our initial page. Actually, it's not going to be, well, it has to be our initial page for now. But what I would like for our initial page to be is actually an onboarding thing. So we're new to do implement an onboarding page. But for now, we'll have a row and then we'll have a column. Or we'll at least move that in there. But what I want to do is take a look at all their fancy navigation bits. Wait, what? What is this? Why does this go to, hold on. API, right, because it's the API doc one. But then it says Kirigami 2. You click on it, it's like Kirigami, and it says Kirigami 2. But I guess it's because it's around Q controls too. We are gonna want some form of a drawer. So they have a global drawer. Now the question is this drawer going to be one that automatically shows and hides? Let's see. Right. So it's like a traditional drawer for mobile stuff. That's not quite what we want, because we always want the nav to show. So we're not going to worry about that. Curious, what are you making? Resurrecting Koto, but I can't find anything about it. I will go ahead and provide a link to the old Koto. It is an audio manager that I had originally written in GTK3 and then ported over to GTK4. So we have a global drawer, which isn't quite what we want. Here we go. The global drawer header for it. This is what we would want, but we would want it to be pinned. So I guess the question is, inline drawers. Let's see. Offers two kinds of drawers. Model, inline. Let's see. Quite similar. They span the entirety of the application width. Could be placed on the edge of the window. So model drawers are hidden by default and darken the rest of the application, whereas inline drawers are shown by default and allow the user to interact with the rest of the application without being dismissed and do not darken other areas. So we would want an inline drawer, I think. so let us see about, so that's the model one, which we know. Can we just try doing a, they have actions, Kirigami page actions. Oh, okay. Let me know when you're done. I'll get into Fedora, says Farcourt. I'll even bribe Neil into doing the review. Oh, trust me. You don't have to worry. I'll happily maintain it on Fedora. And I'm going to put an effort into having it be on FlatHub as well. Like a builder, was like the Flatpak builder JSON or something. But don't worry. Neil will review it 100%. It'll be one of the fastest PR reviews. Or not necessarily a PR review, but the spec review. I know that, man. Let's see. So we're gonna have Kirigami overlay widget or overlay draw. Oh, I like the fact that it was actually completing it for me. It was nice. We're gonna have it be primary navigation. I'm gonna set edge as Qt left edge, I think. Model, we're not going to set it to false. We want it to be inline, not model. The model false. That keeps it inline. And then we have content item. So they have a row layout where they have this. So we are going to want a column layout. And in our column layout, we're going to want controls, which it doesn't feel like we're missing something. We have to import the layouts. Okay. That would explain why it wasn't working earlier. So I'm gonna do that. I need to specify that it is a column. There you go. Okay. Controls, and they're importing as Qt controls. So we are gonna want import Qt quick.controls as controls. As much as you said, Neil will scrutinize it as much as possible. I would expect nothing more. We don't want garbage going into Fedora now, do we? Actually, in that case, maybe the application shouldn't be. So we're going to want, if we take a look at, I know this is like the smallest thing. Basically, I'm trying to mimic this, but actually what we're going to want is a search box first, right? So that's probably going to be like some sort of input box. Which is going to be, let's see, input handling. Well, that's for networking. Input dialog. Okay, it's probably gonna be text input. Or something similar to that. Maybe not necessarily this, but if there's a search one, that would be kind of nice. Text input. We'll just search for input. Origami search field if you want to be fancy. Oh, do you guys have a search field? Let's see. Search field. Action-based components. Let's see. It doesn't seem to be here. Let's see. Search field. Oh, okay. It shows up here. Is this what you mean? The action text field? Which, okay. In this example, we're creating a clear. I don't think so. Okay. Well, let's see. Well, Kirigami search field. Okay. It clearly existed at one point. What is going on? Why can't it be found? Class dot. I did see a different Kirigami class, so let's use the Kirigami class picker here. Search dialog, class field. It doesn't seem to exist. There's a search dialog. Oh. Oh, is there a search dialog? Well, that, I mean, that is what I would want. Search dialog. Okay. Well, that doesn't show up there. And then, let me close this one. Is unsuitable for mobile. Use a separate page for search. Okay. Well, fortunately, I'm not really. All right, we're just gonna go with the text entry. One of these days, we'll figure out which thing to use for that. I mean, it says. Let's see, where was it? Wasn't search dialog. Of course, it's time for you to start your day. Enjoy. Using actions, action-based components. Let's see. Are you gonna have the VOD? Not immediately. I want to see what is gonna happen with all this, all the music I'm playing, because the music I'm playing is like Creative Commons royalty-free stuff, but you never know. But if it's all fine afterwards, then yeah, I'll probably have it as a VOD that's available. Let's dialogue, adding actions. Encapsulates a user interface action. We could use these to provide our application with a pitch. In this example, we can see applications on the right of the page. Okay. So, okay. So it's going to vary. But they would show up here in the contextual menu. Okay. And then these are Kirigami actions. You have a model. Global drawer we know about. Action toolbar, abstract card dialog, derivatives. I mean, at least the Kirigami people have tutorials that are like, look at this. They include, like, it's a full file. It's not just a segment of things, you know? It's not just like this part with the Kirigami dialogue. It's the entire thing, and I really appreciate that. That is a big W on their part. So we're not going to be using the dialogue. So we're just going to go at the text entry. I just want to see what it looks like. We could figure out after that. Let's flatten all these because, oh my goodness. And we're going to go text input. We're going to go to controls, text input. It's an unknown component. M300. Okay. They have a label. Does it have a? Also text. Formatted. That's just literal text. Input mask. We're gonna want. Probably. I mean, I guess there isn't really any characters we want to forbid. Yeah, we'll keep it like this. See what happens. Probably nothing. Unknown components. Maybe it's not part of import Qt6. Was it just text input? Ah, okay. So it's not a control. I don't know why one is a control and one wouldn't be. Let's see what happens. Okay. Not quite what I was expecting. I guess this is the overlay here, right? This is the toolbar, I guess. Display text. Text, the text of the input. I want a placeholder. Qt6 text input placeholder. Doesn't exist. Oh, this was in 2016. Text area might. That's Qt5 doc. It's not very useful to me. Let's move this up to all the other. Cupid's there. So they have a placeholder text bit. Great. I assume the QTR is like or QSTR is basically just a Q string that's translatable or something. All right, let's see. I'm curious. QSTR. Use QSTR for all literal user interface strings. Strings in QML can be marked for translation using the QSTR, QS translate, QSTR ID, and a bunch of other things. Okay. Simple enough. Fine by me. All right. Now, what's gonna happen? Oh, because it's already running. Right. Oh, I should have can we specify for the app? Or is it specified here? The QML. An icon. Probably not here. It's probably just in the QML GUI application. Application, let's see, set icon maybe? Icon. Let's see, let's search for Q application. Or currently, quote unquote, currently a mess due to some Qt6 changes apparently. But there's a project to move Docker to Qt. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, right? Like I more think it's just kind of funny to click on it and be like, oh shit, a 404. I don't really get bothered by it. Window icon is what. Okay. I don't really, I mean, this is a temporary problem because we're going to have desktop app information, which actually I should probably port over from old Koto and figure out a way of associating that. Desktop file name. That's what we'll do. Yeah. Desktop file name. It'll be, just do that first. Set desktop file. File name. That's a property, but I want to actually have it as a construct. GUI app. Set desktop file. Okay, set desktop file name. It's gonna be com.joshstrobl. Actually, it's what com.github.joshstrobl.koto. And then let us this open up. It does exist. I have it. It's going to be under data. So I'm going to do open up, copy data, and I open up this stuff. Oh, what's in our vectors? Vectors. Bunch of multimedia stuff we probably aren't going to need. Genres. Oh, right, because I was going to do... Yeah. I don't know if I'll do that now, but our audiobook thing in the local library, you'd have a genre filter that had different icons for it. We are gonna copy just the desktop file for now. And we are going to want this to be within Koto Qt. Data. It's a little redundant here, but is what it is. Because eventually we're going to refactor all this so all the GUI components are within a particular directory. And we'll set this. I don't know if I need to specify .desktop. Might not have to, but we'll see. And then we need to update our CMake module to install. There's probably already something that's been done related to that, so I want to check Tokodon again. My good friends over at Tokodon, not actually friends at all, but they're friendly people. So they have that, and they have a desktop file. So they install to the Apter, right? So we'll go ahead and copy this. Thank you guys very much. And grab this. So we install that to our targets, and then we're going to do com.github.joshstrobl.koto.desktop. And we are going to have to make sure that our desktop.in file, let's see, or do they have a similar thing? So they just have a desktop file and they're using translations directly. Okay. I think the way I had mine set up before, oh my God, can I get just a file hierarchy? File system. Oh, much better. Koto Qt data is okay. Did I copy it? Oh fuck! I didn't ls. Idiot. There we go. So I had it as open this up like so. We're gonna rename this to remove the .in. That's fine. And then we're gonna do a build, see what happens, if anything. Is it doing it? Unsaved. Save all. No icon, but we do have a look. We have a text entry here. Can't seem to. What can I type in it? Oh, I can. Oh, I just can't read it. Oh my God. It's going to be very difficult to work on this when I can't see any of the text. To think of how I have to change my budgie stuff, aren't I? No, I want to. Materia maybe? And then I fire it up. No? Okay, well, at least that's readable. It's not readable with Materia Dark, unfortunately, but we'll deal with this for now. Oh god, it changed this as well. Nope. This is... You're not gonna adapt a system. You're gonna be dark. Thank you. So, nope. This actually, I don't even want to be like at all. Like, sorry, I don't want that to be an option. Can I set the preferred theme color? Probably not. Native interface. You get the Q native interface. It's probably not what we want. Qt6 app force dark theme. Now customize how it responds. You can define a, you can set a palette. Okay. This is really getting in the weeds, but you know, if I have to stare at it for a long enough time, then they have Q style. Okay, Qt style sheets. And Q application palette is what we're looking for. We could do a set palette. Now the question is this gonna break theming? If it breaks theming, that's not good. And not something I want. But if I open up settings, KDE system settings, because this is all readable now. Can I go into color, set breeze dark, apply? That changed nothing. I was kind of hoping it would change the application style for Qt applications. Maybe it requires a restart of the app. No. Interesting. I mean, I understand I'm not on Plasma, right? I was just hoping this would set. Theme. That's all right. Maybe we could do it with style hints. Have a look at colors KCM. Right, we'll do colors KCM. Well, fortunately, I could just block all these results. I could lower this result. KCM colors. Let's... Is that going to be, let's see, KCM being the system setting? Ah, right. Okay. I thought maybe it was like a framework or something I had to integrate. Colors. Yeah, so I have Breeze Dark set there. Let's see, Breeze is set there. I mean, maybe Plasma Style is going to change it. Don't think so. And I get the feeling it's probably just not using Breeze. It's probably using... Let's see, is there an environment variable I could set? Let me ask good old Jim. Good old Jim. Are Qt widget apps following the right color scheme? I don't think so. But let's see. Qt and for setting game. I don't need to know how to... What is the environment variable I could define for Qt applications? Use a specific theme. I assume there probably is one. Qt style override. Okay. I wonder, can I specify that as breeze dark? Just so my eyes don't hurt, you know? Can I do that as a debug option? Let's see. Tools, debug, debugger. When I do a build and run, this is all quite foreign to me. Good old Qt creator. So if it looks like I have no idea where I'm looking, it's because I have no idea where I'm looking. Maybe it's here. Debugger. GDB expressions, source path. What about environment here? That's Joey says does. Wise words does. Build and run here. All right. Default build options. I can't click on that. Can't click on that tab. I don't know why I can't click on the tab. Set style to the literal. Let's see if this works. It's like I have to turn up this music. I can't hear it. It's not even showing up. There we go. Let's set it here. Before Q application. Okay. Override breeze and environment. Yeah, exactly. I was hoping to do it that way. Instead of forcing breeze as the Q quick style, but we will give that a go first. Style. 1: set style. It has no idea what this is. Probably need to import it. Let's see. What do I need to import? Include Qt quick style. Q quick style. Am I dumb? Let's include this. Cannot be found. I'm gonna choose to not be looking. Q string literal or Katie breeze. Let's see. And then I need to include Q controls. Let's see. Pick. Quick controls 2 and components. I think that did something. Let's see. Oh man, this really pollutes your directory, doesn't it? That's one thing I really liked about. It's still happening later. Yes, of course. I will be ending in 1 hour. It's a hard limit for me. Let's see. Let's just try running it. No such file or directory. Q quick style. I include the header. I include the CMake bit. Let me redo the CMake. Build. Run a clean. Clean it all. We're gonna run CMake. It really doesn't like that. So we're just not gonna do that. Clean up our CMake. I'm not gonna fight around with that too much. I don't know why literally doing their documentation is Maybe I wasn't linking it. That's probably why. And then we're going to go to our CMake again. We need to do target link libraries. We have a private this, and we need to do Qt6 here. Clipboard manager is not liking me today. Yes, it's exactly what I copied. Thank you, clipboard manager. Okay, where is it running? It's running here. Let's restart clipboard sync. There. Now run. Run, come on. Run and work. It did the thing. It's dark. My eyes don't hurt. And it works. Yay. Clipboard manager using, it's just clipboard sync. It synchronizes clipboard management bits between Q compositors. And it doesn't work as well. I could probably stop running it, to be honest, because I'm not really doing anything within a lot of the embedded compositors that I'm running. Okay, well, this looks like something. Oh my goodness, why is that? What is going on with that? You see that? You definitely can. The way it re-renders like that? I mean, I don't know why it's even, why does it have that? Why? Is it the, wait, what the hell? What is this? What is this compared to this? Okay. I feel like it's this Kirigami page. I don't think it's the overlay drawer doing this. So we have an overlay drawer here. And with now we have the column. Oh, can we have, actually want to look at the column. We want to have everything positioned to be starting. See, alignment. Yes, alignment. And alignment is going to be Q align. Align. It's going to be top. Probably. I don't think this thing believes in hot module reloading. So I think I have to stop it and then start it again. Let's see. That fixed it. No, I don't want it. It's not yet. They're gonna launch? Let's see. Line the items in the layout. Yeah. Why this isn't starting? UML debugger. Console. Okay, supports those. I literally added alignment. Oh, it's because it's layout. Layout.alignment. Okay, is that how I do it? I'm new to QML, so you know, to me it's not obvious. All right, so that isn't what I want. So let's see, align top. We have items in the layout. move it down a single line. Inside the children, not the layout itself. Ah, okay, so it needs to be on the text area. Is where you would specify the alignment. You wouldn't specify that all the children should align relative to the position of the column layout. I don't like that I have to stop it and then start it again. I don't know why. Let's see. I have to press F5 a couple times to well. Not exactly the best editor. Okay, interesting. So that is aligning it there. There's like a bit of padding on this side. I'm curious what that is from. We align on left edge. Is that just... Okay. Maybe it's specifying a default margin? So if I do layouts dot margin, layout dot margin. So this is a real object. I don't know what they mean by it's real, but a number with a decimal point. All right, fair enough. So this would apply margins, so all the same values. Okay. I don't necessarily want to do that. I just want to do it to the left margin. Firstly, I would prefer it be called start and end. I know this is not within the control of anybody here, but to me, start and end makes sense when you are thinking about it from the perspective of LTR versus RTL. I don't want to have to think of that left margin. Maybe it does or doesn't map, like it's, to me, mentally undefined behavior. If I set left margin, does that mean that it'll be left on LTR, but right on RTL? Or does it still mean that left will be left? Let's see. So this, all right. I'm not really sure what's going on here. Maybe this is the F5 just runs the debugger. You don't debug, just run control. Fair enough. So that's still not quite doing what I want. But if I take a look at the dialog types, no, drawer types, this doesn't really have a margin. The global menu and let's see. Empty page, global drawer, context drawer, set a minimum size. Origami actions. Why is it showing it's not showing a margin here. I feel like I might, I'm definitely doing something wrong. If I remove the content, the column layout, if I just have it be a text area. Okay. So it's not that. It's not the column layout. So is it this drawer? If I just change this to column layout itself. I do a row layout. You found the doc for it. Fantastic. Oh. I will take a look at that in a sec. If I pull that in and I rerun. it still has, so it's the Kirigami page, right? It's the Kirigami page enforcing the margins. So I bet there's a way of disabling it. Let's see. Because the KDE people, you know, they're smart. They're like, yeah, maybe somebody will won't want the page. Let's see, page. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, there's margin settings. Okay. So we could still use this. Let's revert all this then. So it's not anything to do with that. So it's going to be here. So it's going to be margins. We're not going to want any. We can manage that ourselves. And if I close this in now, what is going on? Page. Kirigami page. Margins. Invalid property. Maybe it's layout. Let's try layout margin. It doesn't specify it, but it might be that. Try padding 0 on the page. I'll try padding 0 after this as well. Okay, so that didn't change anything. So you said, oh, click that button. Padding. Is it gonna load? Hello? Cannot assign non-existent property. All right, well, let's try it. Let's try it here. The page won't be affecting the drawer in this. So could it be the drawer itself, like drawer padding? Because modifying, well, no, because we removed the drawer. We still had padding. Here, I could show you. We'll change this back to row layout. And then without layout, yeah. But if I go here, I change this to row layout. I just, you know, comment all this stuff out, comment this bit out, and I run it. You could see this is still getting a margin on the left-hand side. And this, I mean, for one, this definitely I don't need. I feel like that's with this header container, I guess. I probably don't need. It's the auto hide header. Let's see. What if I do auto hide header? It doesn't, does everything have to be layout dot? Because that doesn't quite make any sense to me. Oh fuck, this is Maui kit. Wait, what? I went, hold on, look at this. Am I just going insane? I go Kirigami 2, right? This is the Kirigami docs. I scroll down. There's a page here, right? And it says or KD Kirigami. I just click page, and it goes to Maui. Okay. Can you understand my confusion? Global drawer is made to work with actions. So I'm wondering if this isn't working because it's not the right way to do this. Probably. It's probably the wrong way of doing this. My hope was basically to have a persistent drawer, right? And then when you shrink it down, this reports some properties as non-existent. Oh, okay. I will try running it anyway. With like auto hide header or something. That probably isn't gonna do anything, but we'll do this anyways. What I would like is for it to be a side panel that's persistent. And then when you shrink it down enough, that primary side panel would effectively become a drawer. That's my end goal with that. Anyways. And then for this, it would, I'm not quite sure what to do with the artist list, but I imagine it would be a dedicated page. Yeah, so this doesn't run. Oh, maybe it's because I already, let me try again. No, it just doesn't exist. So maybe it just straight up doesn't, maybe it just doesn't exist. Let's open up Kirigami itself, right? Kirigami, GitLab. So you want a collapsible sidebar drawer. Basically, yeah, I want it, but I only want it to be collapsible on mobile. Or when you, like, and by mobile, I don't mean like literally a mobile device. I mean that too, but I mean like lower constraints. So let's take a look at source. I hope any of that made sense to you. Probably not. Maybe it's primitives? No. Controls. Let's see, page. All right. So, controller, we specify default padding. Okay. Yeah, flickable, we have actions, overlay progress. Unfortunately, I barely touch Kirigami drawer, but what occurs to me is that an action can have display component, which you could use to show a search. Action can have a display component. Show a search. Kirigami gallery. Yeah, maybe. And maybe I could try using DNF5, right? Sudo DNF5 search Kirigami. Is this going to be instant? Oh my god. It's updating and loading repositories. It's actually being more verbose. So now we could see if the reason why it takes so long is the fetching of repos. I bet that's why. Well, while it's doing that, and thank you for that suggestion. It was a really good one. Let us, I think it is. I think I just have a slow repo somewhere. What I'm trying to search for is, we have padding. So they specify it as Kirigami grid units. I almost wonder if I should just not be using Kirigami page. Because I want this to be flush with the side. I know maybe I'm a heathen. Maybe that's not how they would do it. That's how I want to do it. Yeah, top that. What you seem to want is what NeoChat does for its left pane. Does it? Let's see. Yeah, actually, that is kind of what I would want. You are correct. Yeah. Of course, mine has like 2 side panels, but I mean, I don't think that's much different from like that room information that shows up. Yeah, what do they use? NeoChat. They have a chat bar, which we know because we NeoChat. So it's going to be like the room list. NeoChat room. I think that's the literal room. I don't think it's the room listing. Or is is it room? I dropped this down. Yeah, rooms. Let's see. room search page. It's not, ooh. But this is what I would like for the search. These NeoChat people, they know what's up. They know how to do stuff. They know how to build a good app. Room. Because that's exactly what I would like for. Yeah. They have a search model. Room. It's probably not what this is, though. I get the feeling. If I continue, so we have room settings view, also not it. Oh no, I have probably like 70 pages of translations. Okay. Yes, because that's exactly what people care about when they're searching for code is translations. I know this isn't their fault. It's just the GitLab thing. Oh my god, how many translations do we have? When translations were merged, it makes it impossible to. Oh my god, how many fucking pages? It's insane. What the fuck? Well, if I go to page 94, okay, 94. What about 90? All right. 86? No, okay, 86? No, 97? Okay, 87. We finally have code. Oh, right. Room state. Yeah, okay. Models, those are header files, probably not related to this. Room list. We have a room list model. So if we search for room list model here, public room list model, I'm hoping this will include my favorites as well. Room data. It might be faster for me just to ask them how they implemented it. Am I in the NeoChat room? In the NeoChat chat room. Let's see. Wait, am I not in the KDE space? Am I just in a KDE room? It looks like it's just 2 pages on a page stack. Is it? If I open up like that, in a way, it just automatically hides a page. Oh, that's kind of a clever way of doing it. Kirigami application window provides the page stack item, which is the Kirigami page row. Right, okay. Now I just have to find out. Get back to all my Kirigami docs. Kirigami. Here we go. Let's go back to, not the class references, please. This over here. So it's a page row. Right. So we were just using a page as opposed to a page row. So if we do kirigami.pageRow, and we just, yeah, we'll just call this initial row, main row or something. I'm not gonna tinker with any of the anchors, .fill. We're gonna copy exactly what this doc is doing, because this doc is actually a complete example. And then we're gonna have a Kirigami page, which is this within here. All right, initial page. Okay. Oh, that is not auto formatting. That's unfortunate. So for us, that would probably still be the row. And then they have a component, which is a second page. So how is that going to visualize? So when it's okay, so that isn't going to show centers in. You click it, it does a pop on the row. Okay. So it's just basically a page stack. Yeah, exactly. Page stack. Let's see. Global row. For QML main.qml line 318. You are what an MVP for finding that for me. Thank you. Seriously. So it's Kirigami main. Yeah, so it's up a level. Main.qml. No, it's I wasn't right. QML. Kirigami. Oh fuck. I'm a dumbass. Neo chat. I have way too much stuff open. Source QML main.qml. He said it's line 318. When they first do a load, they have their page stack and they replace it with the room list component. Or do they replace the room list component? They load the initial rooms and then they push, so they create a new queue component called the room page. And then they force it to be activated. Okay. They have a room drawer. Okay. I assume replace is getting rid of the initial welcome page. Probably, yeah. That is, I think you're right about that because it does show that the welcome page initially. And then after a split second, it then shows the room list. Or that room page. As that page stack. So replaces, yeah, okay. Further up has the welcome page as the initial one, right? So our initial page, our initial page is definitely going to be an onboarding one initially as well, but that's not what we're going to focus on yet. Yeah, this welcome page. So they have a global toolbar set. So if I open up NeoChat just to do a comparison, I want to try to find something where I'm not going to be like showing things that somebody might consider sensitive. Here, the KDE development channel. It's a public channel. So this is probably that toolbar. If I had to guess, the global toolbar. Hello. And then can contain handles, right? So I imagine it's the individual handles for. Okay. Global toolbar. I don't really want a global toolbar. I'm not going to worry about that yet. They have a bunch of loader stuff, so context drawer. This is memory of all the user-initiated actions. Strongly recommend installing gamma ray. Structure of the object tree. Sure. Sure. I'll import your GPG key. 5 install gf. We're going to do Kirigami gallery, and we're going to do gamma ray. Hopefully it accepts and being titleized. Okay. Modal, so on enabled, if the drawer is open, Okay, so enabled is if we have an open room, page stack layers depth is less than 2, depth is less than 3, and we have more than one visible item, or the index of the page stack, right? So it's like if we're further along in the page stack. Not mobile, if it's not wide mode. There's a lot of conditions. So page stack layers is another stack for showing a page on top of a page. Right. How very Inception. Hey bro, I heard you liked pages. So we put a page within a page. So you could page while you page. You have a component, the second page. That shows it like you a push of the second page, which is this component called second page by the ID. Okay. Fortunately, we don't have to do any push stuff for that yet. Let's just go with this one. I have origami initial page. Does this end here? I can't tell where this is supposed to. Maybe it's a separate component. ID. I guess this would be like the main content, wouldn't it? Or something like that. I'm sort of gonna just YOLO it here. Origami. That page. And this will have this content, I think. And then this, which is our row layout, is going to have let's see, column layout, and it's we're just going to have a text. Or is it like a label? Yeah, text label. Yeah, fine. We'll just copy this. Make it a button. Just so we have something in here to test. Push. Main content. I don't really need that, but we'll see what happens anyways. Yeah, okay, it is a label, yeah. Label, then you specify text. And it's controls. See, that's where I always... Okay. Labels, we'll just do text here. Blah. Actually, no. We're not going to get in the habit of just doing... We're going to do QSTR. Blah. Let's rerun this. It's not going to be able to find padding. Let's rip that out. See what happens now. Because we're using a page row, so we have blah here. So that... Oh. Ugh. That's quite something. Yeah, rendering artifact there. Okay. We have page row. And that's showing blah, which is good. It's not really what... Unfortunately, the jumpy resizing is just something that happens with Qt6. Okay. This is kind of what I would like. So they're using... They push it immediately. They push and then that was pushed. But what happens when... Let's see. Let's take a look at their thing again. So they have a function called load. That is specified in the QML inside. Is it inside the application window? Does appear to be. Let function load. I just want to see if just pushing the page so it's page stack dot push second. Now where are they calling load? On connection chosen root.load. So they're specifying a connection. On loaded, root quit, and then on triggered. You quit. So we're gonna want to define a connection. This connection, our target is going to be root, I think. And we're going to have a function that's going to be what, unloaded maybe? Connections. Let's see. I don't know if this is actually going to work. No idea. Find out. It didn't seem to do anything. Unloaded is probably intended to be right. So we are going to want the application window. Likely emits a signal for when an account has been chosen. Yeah. What I do here is add a button, have it be press root.load. Yeah. I could do that. I was just trying to be a bit smart and have it automatically load that. Rest or something. Let's see. Label on clicked. On clicked root.load. We're going to call text USTR. Please do something useful. Okay, so that did nothing, which means this pushing of the second page or stack. But is it possible that our page stack isn't defined anywhere? We do page stack here. Using page stack, so that's within that. One uncompleted. Page stack is a page row that comes free. Right, with application window. Okay. So this should, in theory, push. Oh, hold on. Because we should be doing this. Yeah. It would help if I was specifying the right ID, right? Oh, still doesn't do anything, but I mean, that code wouldn't have worked to begin with anyways. So main content, because they're doing second page. Specify Kirigami page, page stack. Page stack. Oh, push. Oh, okay. Maybe, is it just too small? Too big? I have content in it, even. Yeah, I have that. I have the text layout. Not text, text area. So in theory, didn't miss everything. Yeah, you didn't miss everything, but you've missed a whole lot of nothing. So But fortunately, we have had fantastic people like Oliver and George in here that have helped me tremendously. And also Winnie has been very useful in providing docs. But this isn't... Maybe I bit off more than I could chew initially. Well, it's part of the experience, right? Like, okay, so why is this not working? You click it. Is it the anchoring that's the problem? Probably not. That's the learning experience. I know, but you know I'm a outcomes delivery kind of man. I like just immediate results. So they're doing basic page. Right. So this is the text, and then a component within that. Well, hey, you could anchor it. Wait, hold on. You can nest it that way. You can have a button, and within that button, you specify a component. That would be the what? That is madness. That is insane. Am I having to do that? Hold on. If I do this, does it just not know what main content is? No. Okay. All I want is, I have a page row, right? Yeah, page row. Sounds like I'm saying Pedro. Page row. What's interesting is here, is our page row redundant? Is that the thing? Because you had mentioned it comes for free. So is it because we have a page row within a page row? Does it need to be like page stack.initial page? Yeah. I was looking, I'm like there's something wrong with my code here. Because you mentioned it came for free. I'm like, wait, then why am I specifying it? Yeah. All right, let's see if this is gonna work. Come on. Not quite. So we do page stack. Let's just look verbatim. Okay, we have a load where we push main content, which is here. There's going to be a Kirigami page as main content. We have this as a separate. I don't think we need to specify the ID. And then we have content within that. So we're not really doing anything else that's special. Does root.load need... let's see. It might just be that I'm basically saying on click just function, not actually call the function. Ah, holy shit. Look at that. Oh my god. They're inverse, but that's all right. Because what I could do is have the initial thing. Obviously, the initial page will be the onboarding bit. But after that, the initial page could be that column. And then it pushes on load the main content. If I do this, then I go forward. I mean, which would be, back. Let's pretend to hit the back button. Oh, wow, I pressed the back button. It did that. All right. So let's change this up. I don't know what's going on, like why I have a main QML here, but then I have this QML. It just happens to work. I'm guessing the application in main CPP is, that's why. Probably this QRC bit. I'm not sure I should really mess around with this any, but I mean, it seems to load the right QML thing, even though there's two QML files. So I don't know. we are going to have a new QML file, Qt QML 2. We are going to call it probably primary navigation. Add, yes, please. We import all that. Let us split this then. Can I not do splitting? Ew. That's unfortunate. Well, maybe for tomorrow we'll have to see about getting it working in Z. Because right now this is just in the top level, which is not good. So we want this to probably be a Kirigami page. So I know it doesn't know what Kirigami is yet, or KDE Kirigami as Kirigami. We need to import Qt quick layouts and import Qt quick controls as controls. So that'll be this ported over. And then we are going to want our probably a new Qt bit as well. And then this is going to be the main content, I guess. Although this view is the, say, music view or homepage. And then our homepage is what will have the content here, but instead of this, we're going to have this label. So we're going to have row, column, which I think row is going to be redundant. I think it could just be column at this point. So, and then let's see. Import quick.layouts, and we need controls. Right, controls label. Unknown component. Your mom is an unknown component. It's because I need that. Right. So we have our initial page, and then this is where it gets exciting for me because we need to figure out how we load in the other file. Let's see. Load in other file. The loader source. Import or can you just import it? Let's see. Import primary navigation. Maybe primary navigation.qml as primary navigation. Maybe. Okay. And then we're going to want components dot, and you had mentioned it earlier. Let's see. Uncompleted. Component dot uncompleted. Uncompleted. Shouldn't need an import. Okay. Well, we'll find out. And then this is going to need to be a function that is going to add to our page stack dot push. We're going to push our home page. Let's see if this works. If it's in a different directory. Ah, okay. Well, so that didn't quite do what we wanted. That's all right. It could be that this uncompleted isn't what we're wanting. Let's see. Uncompleted. QML component. So we have signals here. Completed. After the object has been instantiated, this could be used to execute script as startup once in QML. Yeah, so you're correct. It is supposed to be that. So we should be pushing the home page. But do we have it in? Let's take a look at the CMake. Okay, it did update our CMake. It's quite surprising. Let me rebuild the CMake, or run CMake again. It could just be that it maybe was using an old cache or something. No. You'll, really? I can't just specify, you have to specify it with, okay. Do I need to do that for homepage as well? Like an instance of it? No, it doesn't seem to. Okay. Well, that's a good start. We don't have a label, but that's all right. Now, of course, I could have it where after this, we push the page stack. I don't know if it's going to work nested within here, but we'll find out. That didn't work either. I was just thinking like maybe it was a race condition of, oh, like one thing instantiated before the other. And oh, you know what it is. Increase it. No. Okay. We have a home page here. Oh, this isn't a Kirigami page. That's probably why. Let's import Kirigami. org.kd.kirigami as Kirigami. Okay, that didn't do the trick. That's all right. You could create a component to wrap your new type. I don't know if that's the most sensible thing to do. Yeah. Nav main or primary nav that then pushes our home page. I wonder. Let's see. Let's take a look at the Kirigami examples again. Actually, no. Let's take a look at Neogen, because they were doing it where they were creating a component. Curious why they were doing that versus just pushing it the way I did it. Like, do I have to create a component by the name of the thing? Because they're doing it here as well. Because I guess there isn't an instance of it. So I should actually create it. Role, I guess. Create component. We're gonna want it to be named our thing, I guess. com.Strobl.Koto. I don't think I've set it up under anything specific, so I don't even know if this is the right way of doing it. But if it doesn't work, then who cares, right? Then we'll know it doesn't work. We don't need to specify any empty object, but let's do it anyways, just to see what happens. That didn't do the trick either, but it's also possible that, yeah, it didn't find the module. So if we go to their room page, how are they defining? Let's see. H. They're importing. Where are they specifying? The module will be done in CMake. The URI in, okay. What I would do without you guys, don't know. So it is this. URI is Koto Qt. Okay, so let's take a look at what they have. They probably have it just at string, but I'd like to double check. So if we add theirs, okay, which is not anywhere. All right, interesting. Somehow they're adding QML without, I don't know. How are they doing this? KDE, we use extra CMake modules for this. Right. Yeah, I tried getting it working with that ECM stuff. But no, we had that. We had the ECM bits here. Because we're using the install targets. So let me take a look at the ECM doc that I had open somewhere here. API doc, ECM. So it's probably going to be under, let's see, CMake settings if I had to guess. Framework compiler setting, install tools. They have QML bits here. They install that to a particular location. Package app templates. Let's see. We'll take a look at what they're doing. KDE. Find QML module. Okay. They're doing that. Check outbound licenses. The logging category is find package. Include ECM setup version. Include QML module. Let's see. Or let's raise this up. Raise, please. I did search it. It didn't come up with any results for some reason. I could do it again. ECM. Oh, right, but I wasn't doing ECM. Right, that's true. Yeah. ECM add module. Add. Okay, right. So they're doing it like this. Generate plugin source. They have an output directory. And then they specify other QML files. They specify dependencies. And then some imports. Welcome center source should be infinitely more readable. I will definitely take a look at that as well in a sec. Let me just see about this. So we have ECM. Let's see. So we're gonna call this I guess Koto. URI is gonna be com.github.strobl.koto. So they specify generate plugin source. I'm not sure why yet, but that's okay. They don't specify any of that. They specify output directory, which is going to be CMake binary dir. We'll do /source com github Strobl Koto, like so. It's not quite liking that, but I think it's because I haven't specified any dependencies like they have. Qt core, Qt quick, for sure. I mean, they're using Kirigami, but they're not specifying imports. I don't know if we need that. I'm gonna just ignore that and presume that it exists. I'm probably missing that QML because I noticed earlier that they have in their root of the CMake file an include. So that's probably what I'm missing. It was this. I'm gonna try including this and seeing if that fixes it. So I'm gonna do this, include ECM UML module, and I'm also going to pull in, just in case, ECM find QML module. Let's see. Now if I run it, /Koto Qt /main.qml does not exist. The QRC. That makes sense because of the main, it's probably changed path, right? It's probably com dot or /Strobl /Koto main QML. Let's see. Oh no, it's com gab slash. Interesting. Com gab Strobl Koto main QML. Do I have to change the QRC file by chance? Also, this QML being here is really annoying. I'm gonna delete this and see what happens. Remove. The first argument must be the same as the target name. On our targets, we specify this, so this should just be, I guess, Koto. Rename all these weird bits just to Koto. The configuration that was supposed to run is no longer available. Fantastic. I'm glad you were able to figure that one out on your own, Qt. Can you run? No. Project still uses the old, does it? Ah, it does. Yeah. Good catch. Typically, we'd put the QML source in the subdirectory, include that, and have the CMakes there for the. Okay, you had mentioned Katie Welcome Center. Is it this Plasma Welcome Center, or do you mean? Ah, no, I think you mean this. Yeah. Okay, so you have a CMakes here, which yeah, definitely less stuff. Takes notes for BlueJ, yeah. And then you have, yeah, I mean, I definitely need to reorg all of it. Let's just do first make dir QML. We'll move star.qml to QML for starters. So there's this QRC crap as well. It's awesome to see how many I'm blown away as well. People are being extremely helpful. I kind of wish there was just like an up-to-date example of just here is like clone this repo. It's under this license. This is like the general structure, or like more of a breakdown of a tutorial. But I understand that that takes literally the least amount of priority as humanly possible compared to everything else. I know that as a developer as well. Like that, like trust me, the budgie docs are fucking so bad in comparison as well. Like I'm not gonna pretend like the budgie stuff is like, you know, the perfect way of doing it, because it's not either. It's also not that big of a priority. So let's take a look. So you have source, right? So you guys are doing it under a make dir source, move QML source. One of the chosen KDE goals is to make application developers' experience easier, and KDE EV pays someone to produce documentation, such as those nice guys you were. Yeah. And code documentation is being fixed, not 404, and link the wrong thing. Yeah, I mean, I would rather a 404 than link the wrong thing, because at least I'm like, ah, shit, okay, well, let me figure out a different way of getting it, as opposed to thinking it linked me to the right thing and reading it and then wondering why the heck things aren't working, because I would rather fail fast, personally. But of course, it's all work in progress, I know. But let's take a look at this. So you have here your CMake within the source, all your target sources. Part of the problem is that it's broken for Qt6 QML, and we're just moving to Qt's own documentation system. Yeah. I mean, to be fair, like in your defense, well, in the defense of KDE, of course, if I want to just get started with Qt, right, not KDE related, not Kirigami related, just Qt, they don't exactly have a straightforward tutorial on, you know, like, oh, you know, install Qt Creator, you know, fire up the project, and it generates a hello world. Let's break down the hello world so you know what's going on, you know, and then break it down from there. The Qt docs they're good for the API documentation, clearly. For a limited amount of discovery, it seems fine, but for like actually getting started, I heard Budgie was investigating moving from GTK. Well, for Budgie 11, yes, Budgie is not going to be using GTK whatsoever. Now, what we use, well, yeah, you know, it could be EFL, it could be Qt, it could be Slint, it could be Iced, it could be Cosmic stuff. Like you never know, right? We're not going to confirm anything. But for my specific use case, personally, for this personal project, Qt makes the most sense. So, but without getting too off the rails, let's try to get this back into state where it's working before I end the stream. Otherwise, tomorrow we'll have to tinker with them more. So, you guys in your root CMake, you specify a bunch of project deps. That's great. CMake bits. Set up version. I'm curious how much of this I really need. Find packages, and then you add. Okay, so you add the subdirectory as source. So all the stuff that's basically in this root bit should probably be moved over. We do the find package. We set a few things, and then we add subdirectory source. And then within our source subdirectory, we want another CMake. Can I just... I just want empty file, please. CMake lists.txt. Nice. Adding a file was too difficult for Qt Creator. I knew the second I opened that thing up and I just wanted a plain text file, I'm like, something is gonna go wrong here. And sure enough, Qt Creator. See, honestly, Qt, even with all of its issues and bugs, seemed to be a very good framework. Yeah, I mean, if you take a look at like this stuff that I had documented for what I plan to use for this new implementation of Koto. Before, we were doing all the playback stuff ourselves. I was setting up a GStreamer player play bin. I was suppressing video. I was listening to signals and hooking in that kind of stuff, right? I was doing all that manual work. Whereas I have a couple really great options. I have Q Media Player and I have Qt Multimedia that I could use for multimedia playback, at least through Qt itself, at least officially supported. And of course, there's MPV Qt, which was mentioned as well. So there's like a couple really good options, right? It's like I don't have to reinvent the universe, and apparently this wants to what? Hello, can you just go directly to this? I know it's already open. Okay. Let's try again. Generated. Bro, why are you like this? Okay. All right, no Qt no Qt Creator. I would rather fight around with this, even though it's not going to give me any highlighting either. So, but at least I could do side by side view. So I have this. We're gonna want. So you guys do a subdirectory. Now the question is, within that CBake, prefer to use Kate in a terminal. Yeah, I think, Evan, weren't you? There is a QML extension for that. Oh my god. Weren't you using Kate as well? Let's see. Extensions. QML. And yeah, George, I had switched to the file system one, but then it literally showed my entire directory tree, which isn't what I wanted. And it's not what I was doing before either, which was a bit strange. So you guys are adding an executable. So basically, first off, this should be fixed add directory. Do we want to rip all this into source? Maybe. And actually, you know what? I think we will. I think I'm gonna add. So we have project CXS. That's all fine, because I kind of want. This is a really good opportunity to, instead of it being called source, we are going to move. I'm gonna save it first. Move source to desktop. And the reason why I want to call it desktop is because, well, I want to have a selfish OS implementation, so I'd like to keep this stuff separate. So ECM bits, all this should really be up here. And then what's great in the desktop CMake is we could specify Qt6. But in the selfish OS version, we could specify Qt5. I know. I don't think I need this. But the question then is, how do I run the things with CMake? Let's see. Source, which was not yet, because it's called desktop. Let's see. Not a valid module URI. All right. Let's see. So you guys are doing, oh, so you did have to specify URI. Okay. And you wrapped yours in quotes, which is fine. I have to say the CMake list not having, I could specify as, oh, there we go. So long as you do a file association, open settings. Can I do that? Associate the files. I'll mess around with that after the stream. Okay, so now it understands this as a CMake. Fantastic. So we do that and we generate. Interesting that you're adding the module and then you're specifying all the QML this way. Right. I do think that looks cleaner, to be honest with you. I'm gonna do it that way. So you guys had it as this and then plasma welcome. So for us, it's gonna be Koto. Specify sources, which I'm not quite sure. I assume that is like a macro that gets filled in, and we want to have these without this attached. And we need to specify as QML/ as well. Like so. So we could just rip all this out, which much nicer. Do you specify the main.cpp? You do. Set the target source private, but you do it that way. Let's see. Specify that. We already moved that. You do this ECM finalize QML modules. Let's do that just in case. And have targets already. Have files already. Now, are you guys doing a subdirectory? You guys aren't doing a subdirectory CMake. So, in theory, just a heads up, the KD Goals Initiative will be organized at KD Stack Training next month. So keep an eye out for that. Oh, great. Do you guys like just announce it on Mastodon or something? And I'd definitely love to attend. Assuming it's like not during like a work hour or something, you know? All right. Cannot find source file main.cpp. Well, it's probably because I didn't move the main CPP over here. And now, all right. So it did actually, it's giving me a lot of noise. Doesn't, but assuming we're not worrying about the linking. Let's see. Need to reset up Watchman as well, so that way anytime we modify a QML thing, we're just going to recook. So it did build it. Did it build it within here? What is this? So it's probably did. Desktop/Koto. All right. Couldn't be found. The QRC bit. Do I have to install it for it to be within the QML path and then launch it? Or can I just do it from this directory? If you guys know, let me know. Let's see if I missed anything in the meantime. You guys specify that CMake module. Let's see, in your main CPP, what do you do here? I mean, a lot of stuff. But what about the QML bit? Engine singleton. QML engine dot add singleton instance of controller. Right. Load from module. Is that what we're doing? Main.cpp. Yeah, Clang, you could. I'm gonna ignore what Clang is telling me about right now. Engine. String literal here, and you guys are doing load from module. Very different way of doing it. Why am I doing it this way. Do engine. So it'd be what, that? We just yoink this. Do you guys have a similar thing here for QD bus or Q object? Make it single instance so it raises it when middle click on task manager. You do KD bus, you do activate requested. Right, okay, so that way it doesn't launch another instance. I'm not gonna worry about that right now, but that's good to know. I'm gonna set this up. My clipboard sync is not gonna do what I want it to do. Can I just spam copy paste that? Oh, please. All right, where is it? I have to kill the damn clipboard manager. There we go. Now my clipboard stuff should work. I just want to get this to work before I stop. What the fuck? Nope. Excuse me? Why isn't it copying? Copy. Paste. Copy. Paste. Okay. All right. It should be faster for me to do it this way, boys. Yeah. Go engine.load from module. Module com.github.strobl.koto, and we are going to be loading main as well. Make sure we have that, and let's see if engine.root objects. So basically, if it fails to load anything, I would assume is what that means. Then we need to exit code -1, and then we do that. Let's see. I could close out this one. We're not going to be probably using that version of Kitty right now. Here we go. See, with KD Connect, sometimes you hit an issue where you have to copy something twice to actually get it. So I feel like Control C spam. Oh yeah, I know it's the clipboard. It's this open source clipboard manager or clipboard sync tool that I use to try to copy stuff between the compositors, and it just sometimes it just doesn't work. It is what it is, right? So this should be within desktop Koto, but it's just so it contains no name called main. Is it because we do it as that? Private main.cpp generates the plugin. We make dash s build. Ooh, let's see. I'm guessing that way so it doesn't pollute everything else on my freaking file system. OS build. /build bin. Second have a QMA. It's probably gonna be bin desktop Koto. All right, so we are clearly doing something wrong here. We have all that set up. It's down here. Draw Strobl Koto. We're adding, oh, right. Yeah, no, we are not actually adding the main QML file. Yeah, that would do it. You're only adding the primary nav in the home page. Yeah, exactly. I was missing in sources. Hey, there we go. Okay. Still not showing, still not showing the other thing, a homepage. But it's showing something. Failed to load page, com, just Strobl, Koto. All right. So at least we're getting a useful error message here. That is also not this tiny red text in Qt Creator. So it is failing to load in this. It's home page, not main page. Still nothing. Did you create component? Where are you guys using create component? How are you pulling stuff in here? Create component. So you are not actually specifying this. You're just specifying the name of it. Let's go ahead and try that. Home page. Ah, I'm missing QML. It's a little silly that it doesn't add up, but it is what it is. I guess technically you could name it. Ah, there we go. Look. Hey. Look at that. Hey. It's working. It's doing the thing. I didn't make it that far. Oh, but I got somewhere. I don't need this to be translated though. Koto. Our main has a lot of noise there because we're dynamically ordering things and including some custom content. Yeah, that's probably what my primary nav is going to be, because I plan on adding the option to do favorites and all that kind of stuff. So, okay, so we have this. It's not much, but it's something I really don't like. That there must be a way of removing that from the page. There's got to be. I must find a way. I don't. Of course, if you're showing and hiding it, then it might make sense, but I don't know. I don't like it showing by default. You know what I'm saying? I would rather like have a content shift as it adds it in. But let's see if that's an option in the page stack. If I could find all the, here we go. This is close. We have application window, we have page. Which goes to Maui Kit, okay. Let's see. I'm afraid I don't think it is. NeoChat doesn't have an animation. Does have an animation fade in though. Let's see. Let's see what NeoChat does. Yeah, I guess NeoChat always has. There is the thing. Whereas I don't. Like it has as like room information, the room, and rooms. But I don't really, at least in my opinion, like if we take a look at the image here, I don't think this side panel really necessitates Mark Note does too, or anyway. Like I'm not sure it really necessitates a top bit there, but I guess that's where the nav goes there. It gets stuffed there. It may be that if I can't remove it, figure out some other solution. guess it does see more. Yeah, I mean, I guess they have as a side panel. Install for Linux. No, I do not want to open this damn thing up in GNOME software. Fuck no. Just, where is it? Please. Loud. No, I'm not opening GNOME software. Oh, it's on DNF. No, sudo DNF 5. We don't want to be waiting 20 minutes. I'm already 30 minutes over time. But it definitely seems to be the repo loading that takes forever. So I need to see which repo it is. Because I go /etc yum repos. You could see I don't have a lot of them, but like Chrome one, I have like GitHub CLI. I do have RPM Fusion ones. Shoot me, but I like my OBS Studio to actually have functionality. Terra, which I have to check what I'm pulling from Terra, and then VS Code, which hopefully I'll just be able to drop kick VS Code. But for Flutter stuff, the inspector bits are actually still useful. And of course some things from Copper, but nothing too crazy. But those like I've had for a while, so I don't really know what suddenly caused it to slow down. But at least I get the transparency of like that it's here at this point. So, but it is what it is. Seems to use a drawer. It doesn't go over the window content, but it doesn't go over. So they're using that inline drawer, right? So I should actually give that a shot again then. You're not doing AV1 streaming? I am doing AV1. That's why I'm streaming on YouTube. As a matter of fact, that's literally the reason. Let's see. That's also why I'm able to stream it. Yeah, anyways. So inline drawer. Because it's clear like I'm not going to be able to get rid of this padding. So why would you need RPM Fusion? FFmpeg free and some other stuff that enabled the quick sync option to show up. I think it was like Intel Media SDK or something. I don't quite remember. So it might be that the inline drawer. Let's give that a shot real quick. And how convenient I have this. So Intel Media Driver, maybe. Let's see. Who's installing this? I mean, oh, we had already installed. Okay. I wasn't expecting it to be that fast. Jeez. Okay. Intel. I have Intel Media Driver. Yeah. I don't know if I got that from. I think it was the FFmpeg stuff. I have to double check because I did a swap, but I'll get back to you on that one deal. Because I know like you and I have talked in the past about like making it not a pain in the butt to do all this sort of hardware accelerated transcoding. So we are going to want this to be a Kirigami inline drawer. And actually what I'm going to do is I'm going to copy this entirely because if I need to revert, I don't want to make it too painful for myself. And I don't want to commit it to my repo yet. Inline drawer, I assume is what it's probably going to be called. And then we have a content item. So we're gonna prepend this content item. We're gonna do modal false, edge, Qt left edge. You really need to make your DNF, fix your DNF. I know. I say that I think that to myself every single time. I fire up the mini PC as of like the last week or so. But maybe it's a mirror CDN thing, maybe. It could be that. So we are gonna want, we have a Kirigami page. So actually we're still gonna want this to be in a page. It looks like Kirigami page. Right? Let's see. I don't know if that's gonna work, but we'll find out. And we'll do this with CMake. Where's the kitty? Kitty. And it's here. So we are gonna run this. /build desktop Koto. Inline drawer is not a type. Fair enough. It's probably then overlay drawer with modal set to false. Or their doc, to be fair, it does say to make it inline. I just think it's kind of funny that you call it a overlay and then. All right, so we have, oh, yeah, I forgot. My Z is running within the nested compositor, so I tried to move it out of the window. I'm like, oh, that doesn't work. Let's see. Oh, that is really, it's not quite doing what I would want it to do. Yikes. What the Is it the column layout? Is this the nested lab WC? Yeah, it is. But you don't notice, right? But aside from like if you see the, which you can't because of the resolution I'm streaming at, WL roots WL-1. Let's see. Overlay. Why? Why is it like this? Is it the column layout? Or is it something to do with, is it like creating a border around the page? Can I, what happens? I just want to see. If I do a column layout and I put this within it, how bad can we make it? How far can the turtles go? All right, we have this. Wait, what? How does this actually look better? That doesn't make any sense. Like you could see it, like it's doing something there with that column layout, but right. But somehow I made it look better. I feel like maybe it has to do with anchor fill to the parent, maybe on both of these. I don't know, man. I'm just rolling with it. You know? gonna composite so hard, man. Alright, so it does not have that within primary nav 20. Right. Okay, now. Oh, that still looks. Oh, okay. So it is filling the content and then adding that stupid border around. Why is it? Hold on. This is unacceptable. I have to fix this before I end streaming. And I know I've said that like 10 times now. But listen here. I really just, it bothers me. I have to fix it. Column layout. Why is it adding that border? Or is it the overlay rule that's doing? That doesn't seem right. Margin. The Kirigami page? Is Kirigami page setting it? Because that is like, if I check NeoChat, like it has the divider lines as well. What is a Kirigami thing? Let's see. His house is on fire. His cat is crawling over the floor. I have absolute hunger and thirst. The bills are piling up in his apartment door. I need to fix this before I end stream. I just have to. Y'all, yeah, I know. Kirigami page. I just want a page. Give me the page document that isn't a 404. Please. Somebody fix this. I love you all the bunches, but damn. I just need the API documentation. I know it's a work in progress. I know. It still hurts my soul when I click on it. I'm like, oh, the answer, it's so close but so far away. There's just a border in between us. It's that damn Apache file server. Let's see, api.kde.org. If I just go here, go Kirigami. If I do class page, come on. No. Please, God, no. Have you tried asking an AI? I will literally do that. I am using Kirigami page component and it is showing a border. Can I disable that in its QML? Okay, it's claiming border width is 0. Does anyone want to place bets on whether or not that's actually going to work? I'm betting it's not going to do shit. The border width is 0. I get the feeling it doesn't know what it's talking about. I'll bet on no. I'll give it a moment. I'll give you guys a moment to decide whether or not it's going to work. If our Google gods have blessed us with an answer. Or if, like it usually does, it just makes things up. Bet on no. As much as I want to be a believer, I'm a doubter this time. Probably wrong. But what if it's just not a border? Well, it doesn't exist. So, listen here, you little shit. Border.width isn't a thing for Kirigami page. I apologize for my mistake. You're absolutely right. Border.width is not a property. I love it. You're absolutely right, Josh. It's border.none, actually, according to it. Show me what the problem is. Yes, okay. So the problem is... Let me. The problem is I have too many Koto windows open. That's the first problem. Right. Let me rebuild this, and I will show you what the problem is. It's a very simple issue. So here we have pretty window, right? It has the main page, the home page content, and I expand it out, and it has our overlay drawer that's set to not be modal. But you could see it doesn't look pretty. For one, I hate the fact that those borders exist. I really, really wish there was a way to disable that. And that's what I'm trying to aim for, is just no borders. Let me decide where things start and end. You know, I'll be responsible for that. But I noticed that, for example, on NeoChat, it does the same thing. It has those borders. And I don't know if that's something they want to disable. But it's a separator. Is that the separator between the modal and the page, or the weird anomalous line in the middle? I'm not sure. So we have this Kirigami page, which then within that we have the overlay drawer. Then within that we have this column layout, which I think is this. Actually, don't I have the whole gamma thingamajig? I have gamma ray installed. Oh, but this is a different compositor. Hold on. Let me fire it up in this compositor. gamma ray. All right. So I could attach to this. We have this one here. Now, it wasn't this one. It was, oh God, where'd it go? Oh, right, hold on, F11. There we go, all right. I know Carl has been trying to switch things to a frameless layout. Ah, okay. So, let's see. 9 minutes to the budgie stand up. No downtime for me whatsoever. Let's see. We have main here. Can I would like to just be able to like click on the widget and it tells me what, you know? We have the Q translator. Let's search for, can I search? I can't search. Okay. Quick scenes tab. Right, quick scenes, sorry. I thought you were responding to Neil. My bad. List view. Right. So now we can search primary nav. We have a primary nav here. Then that we have a page stack. We have border. Do we? Do we have a border? Overlay items, we have some rectangles. Ah, okay. We're getting closer. So here we have a background. So it's not within this. It is within the primary navigation. Can I dive into this one? No. So this is, let me give it an ID real quick. Let's find this. So overlay drawer. We'll just search for overlay drawer. Let's try to be quick about this, guys. Overlay drawer. So we have overlay. What about drawer? Let's search for drawer. Too many damn things. It's not being helpful. Drawer handle. Come on. Just gonna, oh, here we go. All right. We managed accidentally to get on it. It's called Q Quick Pop-Up Item. Within this, yes, we have these disgusting separators. I don't want separators. Sometimes the objects won't be one-to-one with what you see in the source. Yeah. So, is within this background, we have a Q quick rectangle. And within that, we have separators. No, it's not. Can I turn off separators? Let's see. So it's within overlay drawer, which is this. Peaking, handle, collapsible. Then that's within Qt Quick. Does Qt Quick have one? That's pinnable. Can I turn off modal on this one? Modal. Make it non-modal. Okay. What if we try just not using the... I'm gonna kill all this. Yeah, go away, go away. I'm trying to speed run this. I have 6 minutes before that. We are gonna try. So it's quick controls. Do they call it pop-up? No, it must be quick controls. Sure. Right. We're gonna do controls dot. Come on. Cook faster. All right, I'm gonna open this up. It doesn't show anything now. Okay, right. But not placed in the graphics scene. Well, that's a lie. Y width height. All right, so we're gonna want this width. Can I do parent? Parent width? Height, parent height? No, I don't know. Probably not. Let's see. No, not working. Shit. Okay, what if we just set it to like, 200, 800? We're gonna default this as well, 1000 and 600. Oh, 600. All right, quite a lot. I have a stand-up I have to sort out, even though I don't really have anything to talk about in it. All right, nothing. Content. So, ID drawer. Their example shows a drawer. Within that we have, okay. No content item, just this. I don't have anything for the stand. Yeah, it is what it is. Come on. Damn. All right. Unfortunately, I do have to call it because it's 3 minutes to the stand up and I have to do my outro, which is very simple. I will be doing this again, this whole Koto thing, tomorrow, 12 p.m. UTC plus 3 to 5, which is what, 9 UTC? So starting at that, I know for you Americans, it doesn't, it's going to be very early. It is what it is. Not sure what needs to be done here, but mark note seems to be the place to look. I will take a look at that. We could just skip it. No, we will not skip because it's a good opportunity for me to stop streaming at my designated time. I will be streaming again tomorrow. As I said, it'll be 12 p.m. UTC plus 3, which is 9 UTC. And I will be setting it up on YouTube again. So you'll see a day 1 stream. I'll set all that up So be sure to take a look at that. If you missed any of the content, that's all right. Clearly you didn't miss out on much. But after the stream, I'll let it process, and then assuming nothing goes crazy, I'll upload the VOD, or I'll make the VOD available. So yeah, thank you for tuning in. I'm glad we got somewhere with this, right? Like we got done with some of the planning, right? And we have a window, and we tinkered with the drawer for the nav, and that is an important aspect of it, because we need to figure out how that's going to work on, for example, Plasma Mobile. So that's good. We even very early on restructured it, which I wasn't expecting. Accidental restructuring to ensure the desktop section was completely separate. Fantastic. So maybe not the best, but hey, hopefully if you watch this and you're a KDE person, you could see, hey, this is what happens when somebody with no clue how to do anything with Qt and QML and Kirigami and all that. What happens when they get started. And I hope maybe it provides some insight on what you guys could do to improve onboarding related to that sort of documentation. And of course, if you guys want any more of my thoughts, then feel free to check out my Mastodon. It's me at joshuastrobl.social. Yeah, so that's it from me. And hope you guys have a good one. So, bye-bye.